Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was muted. It's still here. Trust you guys had a decent weekend. I would hope so. Winter's finally over. I mean, that's what I was saying. Just, winter's finally over. Kind of a while since we had real winter. I mean, I remember when I was a kid having them, and it was just warm ass. It was like bath. It's like going is going for recreational swimming and the water being as warm as bath water. There is nothing that will ruin a swimming hole or ruin a Sunday, frolic to the swimming hole than fucking bath water temperature or than water at at bath temperature. That's happened to me a couple of times and it just ruins it. There's none of the cooling off aspect of the water. I mean, I'm in Florida too, of course. So, but you don't cool off and it's just bro. I had a friend, they didn't it was an older pool, it didn't have a screen on it. So it would get really warm. And I remember jumping into it a couple times and it was fucking bath water. And I was just like, bro, this shit is warm as piss. I'm good, man. No, thank you. It's just like, what's the point? What is the point? I couldn't figure it out myself. Oh well, is what it is. Hell yeah, I added some shit. A little fucking little happy merchant for you. A pixelated happy merchant, my dudes. I'll take it. Yes. Good, good. How about this one? Oh man, that was good. I like them. Yeah, I spent like just about an hour just before I came on stream, uh, pulling up or getting a hold of some gifts. Like there is something that it does add entertainment value to a channel. I think just having, a variety of different stimuli, being able to like I kind of like that about like streamers like Asmongold. They're especially in their chat, they always have people in the chat always have gifts going off like crazy in their shit. Like always, always. Definitely like it. Huh. It's only getting worse, that war is it. At least that's how it seems. You know, uh they already know that they walked right into a trap like dipshits, and now they're just frantically looking for a way out, which is not possible because, you know, this is just not that situation. Iran literally planned for this for 40 fucking years, and Donald Trump literally walked into this shit on a lark. Like, dude, for real though, you're that stupid. Gotcha. Fuck shit. And it's kind of sad because I'm starting to find out how little these motherfuckers in our government actually know about foreign policy and shit. They don't know very much apparently, and it's fucking crazy. More gifts. Okay. Throw a couple out there. Oh fuck yeah, the Rumble and Copium. The Rumble chat is like, oh shit. Like fucking just threw my laptop. He fucking throws his little finger up on his way out. Like fuck you. And I seen this thing you can get for the Stream Deck that instead it's a network adapter, so you can plug into it directly with an Ethernet cable. So the Stream Deck doesn't even need to be connected to your computer. You can connect via local area network. I just thought that's so dope. Like, and it'll even work on power over Ethernet too. Shit. They didn't have that 3 months ago. There's something about streaming that, I mean, I don't think it's going anywhere. I think this is like, it's gonna be like the basic form of content, or it's gonna be the basic way that people get their content. At least in my mind. Like, to me. Because there's something to be said about the extemporaneous speaking. People are just riffing. All this scripted stuff, I can only take so much of it every day. I can only take so much of these scripted, structured shows in a day. And after so many of them, I'm not interested in watching them anymore. Like, I like the same thing as you. I mean, I like hearing somebody just kind of think, you know. What's up, Golden Rule? To do, Cuzzo. There we go. There it goes. Hell yeah, that's a sick ass gif. I seen that shit on. It was on Twitter. You know, it's hard to find uh those offensive gifs. You know, it's the ADL. They really hunt this shit down. You know, they hunt the J gifs down. Thought for a second there. I actually I wasn't able to add TTS with with just regular chat messages, but there will be TTS for super chats and all the different uh events of the stream, follows, subscription, super chats, member, people with point, become a member. Like, I figured out how to get it set up for all that. And for the chats, I'm on a MacBook. See, that's what sucks. Everybody uses that streamer bot to do TTS. Well, it doesn't work on Mac. And apparently it's that good because it's the only one of its kind, basically. I don't get it. Hell yeah. Fucking jamming out. What you listening to, boss? And I was looking at some I got I've told you guys about all the tobacco that I have. I've got several pounds easily. And I was looking on one of the websites, one of the old websites that I've always used. Well, they sell old tins now, like new old stock. And I stocked up on my shit like 10 years ago. And I bought it right before some of the famous blends went out of bit or went but right before they closed. So I stocked up on all their shit before it was sold or couldn't be bought anymore. And I was looking at all the different tobaccos. Bro, I paid like $12 for those tins. At least 20 of those tins that I have are worth like a buck 35, or that's what they sell for on the website. Like a buck 35, bro. I mean, I'm just like, whoa, holy shit. Wasn't like that before. And when I used to sell it, I would use eBay. But you can't use eBay anymore. They locked down the rules. But I guess the stores, this websites themselves just sell it on commission. You know, they just take a cut of the sale. But I couldn't believe it, like 135 bucks for just the regular from like 2018, which is exactly when I bought a bunch of mine. I was just thinking to myself, like, and I have a bunch of older ones that are like got have 30 years of age on them and shit. And it had those listed. They were like $300-400 for one fucking uh 50-gram tin. That's crazy. Fucking crazy. And then 8-ounce bags that I bought 8-ounce bags years ago for like $80. And I bought a 1 pound bag for I think like 120. I had to get it from England though. I had to have somebody ship it to me. Bro, they're selling the 50-gram tins for $500 and the 8-ounce bags are going for $1,500, bro. $1,500. That's fucking crazy, man. Like, what the? I mean, I have like 2 pounds of the shit they sell for two or $1,500 for 8 ounces, and like that's just crazy because literally, I if you know somebody who lives in England, you can have that. You can just wire them the money. They can order it for you instantly, and then they ship it to you. That's what I did. And how is somebody gonna like gouge? And what it is a lot of people that are enthusiasts, they work all day. They don't have time to be out surfing on the internet looking for good deals on tobacco. Whereas I was the opposite. I had that time. But I mean, $1,500. That's just ridiculous. That's crazy. They had some really old stuff on there too. They had some stuff that I never saw before because things had changed by the time I was doing it. But I seen some tins in there that were from the fucking 70s, bro, and they were still sealed, still fucking excellent. I mean, that's just crazy, man. I mean, it's been known to, it happens here quite a bit, but not that. No, it's not. It's kind of uncommon. But what happens is the seal on the tin goes bad, shit like that, because it's just vacuum sealed, where it's got a seal on the underside of the lid, and they seal it, suction it down to the tin itself. So you just kind of have to pry it up, and then you hear the suction of it finally opens. But yeah, so there's no like latch or anything like that. And like I actually lost a tin like a week ago. I was looking through my stuff and I was gonna open one. I go to open it and I was like, man, this thing's lightweight. Oh, it fucking broke. It opened on its own and fucking dried out, bro. It was like a 10-year-old tin, man. I was pissed, dude. I was like, are you fucking kidding me, man? Like, god damn, dude. Just my luck, man. Just my luck. And there is something about writing that I really like. The tactile uh feeling of writing. Just don't get it from typing. Eh, Typing, it really does not suit me. I don't I feel like when when I write, it's because I have something on my mind. There's like something I'm thinking about. Typing, I'm not all that great of a typist, and I feel like I lose thoughts before I can get them down. So I tend to shy away from shy away from that. And I pulled out some other pipes. There's one that I bought years ago. Got a good deal on it because the damn stem broke. You know, I was thinking maybe I could super glue that bitch, which is what they did. Although this is like 100-year-old pipe, it could like. But I was thinking I would just fucking fiddle this mouthpiece down, or just create a new button on it. Button is the little lip on the end. Oh, the button. But I was thinking like, shit, man, that would come out fine, right? It's like I really like it's a the shape and shit. Normally you don't see this shape in meerschaum very often. I don't know. Super lightweight too. Like, and I had such good taste in fucking pipes and pipe tobacco. Like I know what it's just knowing what everybody else likes, more or less. That's pretty much all there is to it. It's important. And I kind of looked at it as a business. I like buying and selling shit. It's like my fucking it really is kind of it's not my bread and butter, but I like the chase. Really like the chase. What do you got? Do you guys have anything like that? That you wheel and deal, finagle, burn and turn. Like seriously though, do you guys have any hobbies that you make a side hustle on, or even if it's not a side hustle, just something that you get some money out of? I really enjoy that shit, man. I'm telling. Especially if I'm utilizing a skill, like making money off of playing the banjo in public. That always really felt good. It really felt good, man. I mean, it kind of made me feel like a somebody, sort of. It's kind of funny to say it that way, but he did. Because these people, everybody's seen a guitarist before. Everybody's heard a live guitar. But I could tell, and I know, I never really heard it before I started playing banjo either, but I could tell how different it hit with people. I mean, really, oh, you've been investing? Hell yeah, bro. My little brother's a fucking crack investor, man. There's something about investing that some people just have that knack. They have a good feel for shit. Like my little brother, he was ahead of the jump on Nvidia and AMD. Like he was talking about Nvidia when it was $20 a share, bro. Oh man, that shit was wild, dude. And the AMD, we had bought it at $3 a share before their Ryzen chips took off, before they dropped them. man, I just had some really good fucking. My dad was really good at it too. I remember, or he made a shit ton of money off of a healthcare stock. Forget what it's called, but it's one of the top ones. It really is. Like companies that make medicines and shit. It's one of the top ones. But it's weird though. All the money that my dad, or all the stocks that he made a lot of money on, were almost always stocks that he bought because my mom told him to buy it, or like stocks that because she would like if she did business with a company and the company rubbed her like if she liked the company after doing business with them, she would say to my dad, "Hey, you should invest in that." They seem to be, like she had a good feeling for that, I guess. When a company had goodwill with her, it was a good company. Like she felt that way about Target and that medical company. I forget what the hell they were called. They're a big time. They're big now. But my dad, I remember him telling me he bought it, and it just went up for like 2 decades straight. He's like, I fucking sold. You know, it would double, and then his broker would be like, Hey man, you need to diversify. Like, you need to spread this shit out, man, because if something happens with that stock, you're fucked. So my dad like wax his fucking portfolio in half. He did that like 10 times, man. The shit just kept going. But he ended up losing his ass because of 2000, or no, 9/11. He didn't come out of his room like weeks. And he lost like $500,000. That's a lot of money. He losing. I did the card stuff when I was a kid. I'm good. Collected Yu-Gi-Oh cards and Pokemon. I played Pokemon like crazy too. All of them pretty much. Hey, for those of you that haven't subscribed or followed my Facebook page, I usually say something about it at the end of a stream, but I want to stream to more platforms. Facebook is one of the main ones. The only thing is you have to have 100 subscribe or 100 followers yeah, 100 followers or subscribers to a Facebook page before you can live stream. If you guys wouldn't mind just hooking a brother up with a follow. I mean, that's all. Under the Night Scotsman, of course. Oh, I didn't know you had a channel, Arceus. Hmm. Like everybody does nowadays, huh? Just thinking about how women have just women are such an insignificant part of life. Such an insignificant part. But they have convinced men, for the most part, at least in the West, that they are all of life. You know, all they know how to do is love. So of course they're gonna make it seem like that's all of life. But really, it's kind of insignificant. It's kind of not the best part of life, not even close. And I just wish we could fucking just be honest about that. That no, life isn't all about women. Not even close. Ugh. I couldn't even imagine if it was. Hmm. There we go. Women can do nothing but love. So they've given it ridiculous importance. They try to persuade us that it is the whole of life, when in reality, it is an insignificant part. Women have their place, have no patience for their claims to be partners and companions. Women will do anything to get what they want. Tricks and manipulation. One thing that they never give a man is peace. They'll give you everything but that. Most men just want to be left the fuck alone. You can treat them like dogs. They'll love you for it. It's silly. I mean, back in the day when, you'd use a stick the thickness of your thumb, that was like what a passionate relationship was like fighting. I know it's kind of crazy to think of that, but we live in such a different time and like world is nothing like it was 100 years ago. I mean, the attitudes and the demeanors of everyone totally different. Today, everybody's constantly everything's about me, especially the women. Like black women. I was talking about that like last week stream, and there was a black chap that was in the stream. I didn't catch it at the time, but I rewatched and I saw what he said. Dude was fucking in agreement with me from top to bottom, my dudes. This guy was like, bro, they are fucked, man. It's just disgraceful. He's like, it's shameful. You feel me? I mean, honestly, the stuff I say is more or less just common sense, usually, pretty much. And anybody objectively, looking at things objectively, will tend to agree with me. I remember back in the day when, you'd never, black person, you would never even consider that they might agree with you on stuff like that. But, because of the internet, that shit is in everybody's face. They can't really pretend that, nothing's happening because everybody sees what's happening. That Irina Zarutska, that Austin Metcalf, it ain't good. Hmm. And the smart coloreds, they know where their bread is buttered. So you see them like sounding the alarm when they're getting out of hand. They're the ones that are smart enough to realize their situation are like, yo, yeah, maybe we shouldn't be stabbing white kids and women. Maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe we should cut that shit out. I mean, and rightfully so. The bar is not set high. If they just did as much if they were only if they did only did the crime and were only like they weren't represented with twice their numbers in crime statistics. Twice they're only 13%. They're accounting for 30%. If they just kept it at a one for one, nobody would give them any shit at all. Nobody would give them any guff about it. They would never hear a damn thing about it. But when you're fucking triple, you know, represented and like starts to look like a problem. And it's only gotten worse. Which all the demographics are doing worse. I don't know if it's the same amount worse. Like has the decline been the same? The equivalent. But even white people, everybody's experienced a slide. Everybody has experienced some decline. At this time, at this point in time, we're all like Americans adrift at sea, and we're just trying to enough of us stay with our heads above water. It's like if you kind of or maybe like trying to keep warm in a freezing situation and everybody's all huddled together, you know? Like we kind of all depend on each other to a certain degree. I mean, the colored groups, they depend on us more than we depend on them, but we do, they are 13%, not to mention the other immigrant populations. Like you can't just dismiss it, hand wave it, because they live amongst us in our country, and there's enough of them to where that stuff is it's going to affect your life too. And they've just gotten so out of control. That Daytona Beach shit. Like last year, Miami was like, "Yo, this enough. We've had enough. We don't want you coming back." And Daytona's like the white trash Miami. Got fucking NASCAR and shit there. But they fucked that up too. How did they manage to do that? I do not know. Acting like animals, I would imagine. White men, I'd be willing to bet. Paying all half the taxes and getting nothing back. I mean, that's the story for us. It is what it is. You know, somebody talking about this the other day about, the replacing us or at least giving all of our jobs to women and then holding us down, having putting a boot on our neck, on millennials' necks anyway. Basically, like you do not go, do not pass go, do not collect $200 after 2008. It seems like anyway. Where I was with that, forget where I was going with that. Hmm. They decided to give all of our jobs to women and to immigrants. only to find out after they fucking get balls deep in this paradigm, this new way of being, come to find out the immigrants aren't working. It's not working. They thought they were going to replace us with women and immigrants and everything would be fine. But no, our women won't fuck the immigrants. Our women don't want chocolated babies. They want little blonde haired, curly haired, blonde babies, little angels, not demons. Isn't that wild? Even though these women are activists and progressives, they still don't want sharks for babies. Yeah, it has been since Obama was in office. That's why I said 2008. Yeah, as soon as he got into office, the whole country, all the institutions, the government, it all reoriented itself against us. Crazy to see. Society is right now engaged in. It's like what Mike Johnson referred to it as the country as an aircraft carrier, and it takes a while to turn it around or to make a turn. Our culture is engaged in turning away from the feminist marching orders, the path, like it finally is. It's totally, and there's a certain section of, and women are having to figure out what is there going to be their place going. What part of what exactly is their role going to be in society going forward, like specifically, where on the hierarchy are they going to occupy. Got the trad wife movement and other ones too, but it's so weird because everybody's coming from the feminist worldview, and they see traditional living like having a nuclear family and working on a piece of property or a farm or something. They see that as like the other way, and it's so crazy because I'll remind them, I'm like, no, no, feminism and working in an office, that is the other way. What you call the other way is the original way, the way that works. And we all know objectively what works for humans, especially, Americans, but, humans in general. We know what works. The nuclear family, that works. Single mother households, they don't work. These are facts, man. It just doesn't work. And it's nice to see the culture adapting to it, deciding how it's going to work going forward. You know, that's 'Cause that's how it goes. That people they start talking like we do in these streams. We get to talking, and people find an equilibrium. They fucking test the defenses of other people. That's how that's how compromise is made. Thank God we're not that atomized yet. That we still have points. Place like watering holes, kind of like water coolers work. Like thank God because man, it's possible that we could have been totally atomized by now. What's up, JQ? Who really we could easily be not gathering like this. I mean, yeah, it's on the internet, but it's still gathering. We exchange ideas and opinions. Yeah, it's funny how single fathers actually there's really not a huge difference between a two-parent household and a single father household. But the discrepancy comes when it's a single mother household. Then you like end up with, drastically poorer outcomes. I mean, on earth could possibly be fooling themselves into thinking that one parent is as good as two parents. Like, come on. Even if it is, you still want the second parent so the kid has a choice between who to take after, you know, or they can cherry pick. There were certain things that I didn't like about my dad, that I thought was unfair, and I, would have consciously gone out of my way not to do those things if I was in his spot.
In the past week. We're kind of just, it's a lot more of the same. I've noticed that the US Israeli side all through the week, all day, every day. Um, but the Americans tend to wait for the weekend, so much so that it has become a meme that, come Monday, Trump comes out with some bullshit to calm the markets down. And then, on the weekend, it's like, death to the Ayatollah, etc. That has become a meme. It's such an obvious pattern. But they did do quite a bit of bombing this past weekend. So let's get through some of that. There was heavy bombing
This guy's half
in
Iranian, by
Tehran.
the way. Half
Various
Iranian, half
different
Welsh.
districts were hit, including residential areas, civilians, women, and children. A lot of footage went out. And this is one of the things I've noticed with this war, that each of the sides, that is the Iranian side and the Israeli side, they dial up footage that comes out up and down. Okay. And you could argue that they do it for propaganda purposes. I noticed that when Dimona was hit and when that Arad was hit in Israel, a lot of footage came out. Well, this past weekend, we had the opposite situation where we suddenly got an awful lot of footage from Iran.
Mm-mm.
And one thing I will note, in the interests of impartiality and value free analysis, even though I very much am against one side in this conflict, I will still do my best to give you value free analysis. I noticed that the images coming out of Iran were incredibly high quality, almost like kind of glossy magazine images, and they were beamed out across the world, carried by mainstream media, including the BBC and most of the Western mainstream
Mm.
press, within hours of being released. So that was very interesting to watch play out. Um, but it looks like a lot of damage was done to civilian infrastructure. They hit a number of universities, including Tehran University, Isfahan University of Technology. I mean, this is basically the equivalent of bombing MIT in America or Harvard or
Mm.
something like that. Quite why they're hitting these universities is hard to fathom, really. The Iranians have framed it as desperate attacks by America and Israel on Iran's knowledge base. And they're saying, well, you can't bomb knowledge because it's all up here. Um, I did try
Mm.
to
You're right.
find some sort of
Can't bomb
justification
it. It's up in our
for
fucking heads. You
like
just
why
gotta.
they're doing this. And the best I could find is that they were, maybe they're hoping to
Huh.
find what's his name, Professor Morandi. Maybe he's hanging out in Tehran University. Um, Quite why they're doing this. I mean, the Israelis will say, "Oh, well, they're hiding equipment in the university or something like that." Um, Seems to me just
Bullshit.
wanton destruction. To be honest, I have struggled to
It's an
find
excuse to
a
kill
proper
civilians.
military or strategic reason for hitting these civilian sites. And from Iran's point of view, it does quite good propaganda work for the
Mm.
Iranian side because they can just say, look,
Look at
they're
these
trying to do a
barbarians.
Gaza in Iran. They're trying to do a Gaza in Iran by, hitting women and children all
Mm.
over again, which has been the dominant narrative over the weekend. They also hit steel manufacturing in Isfahan. This was actually uh, more significant because Iran does produce its own steel. And if they took out those steel plants, I mean, it's not clear if they completely destroyed them or if they simply damaged them. But they'll have put back some steel manufacturing in Iran, back through those hits. They also continue to hit nuclear related facilities in Iraq. That's not Iraq, a place called Arak, Arak. They hit a yellow cake site in Ardakan and various other installations. So there was a pretty heavy bombing campaign by I assume the Israelis, but I think the Americans are involved in all of these things as well. Um, there was also a drone strike on the Iraqi Kurdistan president, which is interesting because they were trying to convince that same person to side with them. Now they're hitting him with drone strikes, and this has been condemned as
It's
outright
crazy.
terrorism by the international anti kind of
Mm.
the axis of resistance as they call it. They've said that this is just terroristic action, this attack on this Kurdish president. Um, and then there have been threats on Karg Island and the ground operation. I'll come back to that. So, in a nutshell, there's been a bombing campaign over the weekend on various residential districts of Tehran, on educational facilities, universities. Now, one of the things that occurred to me is that Netanyahu's reference to Genghis Khan. may have been a kind of foreshadowing of this campaign to hit universities. Because if you remember, when Genghis Khan, well, I mean, if you've read in your history books, when Genghis Khan invaded Persia,
Yeah.
all the
There are
way
some
back
from the
then,
90s.
he burnt a library to
You
the
got
ground. And
Matchbox 20, Oasis, REM. Like, there's so many good bands from like the early like 2001, 2002, but like that was it, man. Then you went on to like Good Charlotte and like fucking bubblegummy, fucking emo, faggoty, young teenage white kid music. Lame. Totally lame.
if Netanyahu is evoking this barbarian Bronze Age mindset, okay, um, quite how they run that narrative and the idea that they're defending civilization or whatever on the other is difficult to say. I would just say the optics of bombing universities
Hmm.
kind of quite hard to defend if
Rage
you're
Against the
also going to
Machine.
say we're defending civilization. I mean, hitting universities, okay. I mean, to me, it just seems like yet more low IQ lashing out, desperation. It's like,
Yeah.
well, we can hit these things, we can do it, so let's do it. I do not see any real strategic purpose. Maybe some of you military geniuses in the chat, in the comments, can explain to me what the purpose of that particular campaign was over the weekend. I can understand the yellow cake, I can understand the steel, and I can understand hitting the nuclear stuff. I do not understand hitting the universities. It just seems stupid,
Ah,
especially
right.
now Iran has said, well,
True.
you've hit our universities, so we're going to start hitting your universities. I mean, that's what I expect them to do in the coming days and weeks, because that's what has happened every other time. Whenever something of Iran's is hit, they retaliate and hit Israeli and Gulf properties, in a tit for tat, eye for an eye kind of logic.
If Israel isn't
Um,
careful,
because
they
what
may
they're
just
trying to
get
do is impose a
destroyed.
cost. Every action you do to Iran, you will have an equal and opposite cost the other way around.
Yeah.
So,
Iran
in
can
terms of
afford
what
to
Iran has
lose
been
people.
doing in what they call Operation True Promise 4, um,
Hell yeah.
well, a number of significant things has happened on the Iranian side. They're now up to the 86th wave at the time of recording. In fact, at the time of recording, I think the 87th wave has just launched. I
Oh,
rely on the Twitter account Spectator.
there are actually a couple of YouTube songs really hit me somewhere nostalgic. Mysterious Ways and Sweetest Thing. I'll always love those two. Mysterious Mysterious Way, uh that literally transports me to my car seat in the my mom's Camry in like the early 90s. Like in the back seat on the way home from school or some shit, and like me like jamming out to that badass guitar riff.
Index to confirm things. I know that sounds kind of a bit feeble, but you can kind of, the Spectator is not exactly Iran friendly. Okay, so if the Spectator's reporting it, my logic is it's definitely happening. That's my logic, because it's an Israel friendly outlet. That's why I go on the Spectator Index to confirm things. But
Yeah.
as I hit record on this, I noticed the 87th wave, is currently up and running, and they are hitting as I speak, uh, uh, Haifa oil refinery. That's the thing. Now they've hit that before, but they're hitting it again for various different reasons, and that's something to understand, I think, about the
Good
conflict
for Iran.
in general. So, for example, the Americans hit the steel plant, but that does not mean those steel plants are completely destroyed or completely out of operation. Some part of it may be damaged. Just like the Iranians hit Haifa oil refinery before, but that does not mean it is completely destroyed. Okay, so maybe these things will take multiple waves or multiple hits to actually destroy. Um, I have seen the images, parts of that Tehran University have been reduced to rubble. But remember, it's a university. Um, you know, sorry to get sidelined on this, but I remember before the conflict took place, the sites of anti regime resistance shared by Mayor Tusi and various other twerking monarchists, right, in the quote unquote Iranian diaspora, were always the universities, right? It was the student activists who were the most anti regime people. Now the place that they go to university, now their actual place of learning has been bombed and reduced to
Mm,
rubble.
huh.
How's it looking for those activists? How's it looking for the twerking
Oh,
parvolists? How's it looking for Mayor Tusi? I mean, he doesn't care, of course, because he's a fully paid up shill. I'm just saying that the before and after, when it comes to, okay, we're going to side with these people and they're going to quote unquote liberate Iran. And now the very places that those students were protesting
yeah.
have been destroyed. Where are those students now? What are they up to? How do they feel about this? They can't go to university anymore. 600 schools have been bombed. What was the strategic purpose of that? And how is it a liberation? That narrative is completely fallen apart. And the twerkers, the Iranian diaspora, have discredited themselves not only in the eyes of other Iranians, but in the eyes of the world. They have made fools of themselves. As
They did.
I mean, basically, this is the fate of any people who end up siding with the Israelis. This is basically what anybody who ends up,
Yep.
they've made MAGA chumps.
If
They've
you
made the
side with the
diaspora
Israelis, they'll
chumps.
destroy you.
Okay, in their mindset, anybody who trusts another human being is a sucker, right? They're a sucker. That's their mindset. So if you go and willingly ally yourself with them or cozy up to them, expecting to get something,
You're going to be
you are, in their own
thrown out.
rhetoric, in their own eyes, nothing but a sucker. So you get what you deserve. You get those people who thought they would get something out of this, whether you're MAGA or the twerking diaspora, you get what you
The
deserve.
twerking
And what do you
diaspora.
get?
Huh.
Nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. Over and over and over and over and over
Oh,
again.
you lose. Good day, sir. Oh, hit him with the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory shit. You lose. Good day, sir.
Until the world wakes up to what these people are. I mean, by these people, I
Scourge.
specifically mean the people in and around this Netanyahu government and the mindset that they have inculcated in the lunatics who run that country at the moment. It's gone rogue. And I'll come back on that in a second. But anyway, let's get back to Operation True Promise 4. So, what have Iran been doing? Okay, so we're up to 86 waves now. They keep on hitting multiple targets in Israel. They have hit those sites again, Dimona and Aras. They hit Haifa oil refinery. They completely destroyed another, I think it was an energy plant called, is it Navas? I struggle with some of these names. There was multiple US bases across the region hit in Kuwait, in the UAE, in Bahrain, various assets of the Fifth Fleet.
This dude's name is Nima Parvini. Shit you not. His mom is Welsh, so he's half Welsh, half Iranian. But he's smart as a he's really smart though. I am not watching him for no reason.
Have been hit. They continually pound Tel Aviv. The Elliot satellite station has been hit. Industrial zones in southern Israel have been hit pretty heavily. Now, one significant thing there, which is a development since last I talked, is that the Houthis have joined the fight finally. I don't know why they waited a month, but they finally have arrived. And the Houthis, they haven't done it yet, but they're talking about shutting down the Red Sea. So, on top of the Strait of Hormuz being closed, we're also going to get a choke at the Red Sea. That hasn't happened yet as I record this, but they're talking about doing it. What they have been doing, the Houthis, is from Yemen hitting Israel from the south using rocket launchers, ballistic missiles, and various other things. They're hitting southern Israel. And the reason that's significant is
Mm-hmm. I
because
added some music.
Hezbollah, back the, somehow resurrected by some necromancer in Lebanon, Hezbollah is back. Israel has had to reroute a lot of their defenses to northern Israel. So if you can imagine, they've rerouted resources up to the north. And as they've done that, the Houthis are hitting them from
Ooh,
the south,
ooh,
again with
with them
long range
body
support
shots,
from Iranian missiles.
hitting
So
them
that
in the
is what is
kidneys,
happening on the
bitches.
strategy map in Israel. How much longer Israel can withstand all of this, I don't know, because those hits in the south, that energy base I mentioned, is it Navras, something like that. Um, I saw the images. They were basically coming in with no defense. Like there's just no defenses, no intercepts, nothing. It's basically free shots
Wow,
coming in down there in southern Israel from the Houthis
good.
and from
Fuck
Iran
yeah.
because they're fighting up in the north. Again, if you're going to keep on fighting, a war on 8 fronts, you're going to expect to be stretched.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and there have been reports that the IDF is, on the edge, that they're suffering a shortage of men, that they're
Near
suffering from
collapse.
exhaustion, from having been fighting for. I mean, don't forget, Israel has just been fighting non-stop for about 3-4 years now, and longer if you think about it. And they're suffering
Wrong one,
morale
Tabitha.
lows, reports of various
You almost
suicides.
had it.
So I don't think things are going well from the Israeli perspective. And yet, Netanyahu, and I still think he's alive, but a lot of people think he's dead. I think that's slop personally, but or the Israeli leadership, let's put it that way, only have one gear. They don't know how to take an L. They don't know how to back down.
They don't know how
They
to take a
only have
win.
one gear, which is to escalate, to ramp up further.
It's
And I put out
crazy.
this tweet. It's
They're
had quite a few
psychotic.
thousand likes now. That this is symptomatic of low IQ, impulsive, emotional
Mm.
thinking. They haven't understood, okay, the very basics of Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu. If you read the Tao, the Tao, right? One of the lessons that comes up again and again and again is that sometimes you need to strategically yield in order to, in order to come back again. Strategically yield, strategically give up something, compromise, or be like the water. But the Israelis aren't like that. They can
Oh,
never yield. They can never admit an L. They can never take anything on the chin,
no.
and this makes them bristle.
Yeah.
It means they only have one gear: escalate up, escalate up, escalate up. The thing is, if you have a look at this situation, and I've looked at it, and I've looked at it from every different angle. I know they've got this Greater Israel project that they're pursuing. Okay, at every stage of the way, they just escalate more, and because of this facet of their character, at a moment where they're fighting already on one front with Iran, they take the opportunity to invade Lebanon. Okay, so they open up a new front. So they're now fighting in the north. Now a new front has opened up to their south, and in the middle of all of that, you'd think, oh well, let's look for new allies. Let's look for a way to play this clever. But in the middle of it all, they're saying, "Oh, Turkey's next. Look out,
Wow.
Turkey, you're next."
Huh.
Okay, so it's always this
It's
up
crazy.
again, up again, up again.
Yeah, they
And
never.
in the middle of
They.
it, in the middle of that, Ben Gavir is saying, "Oh, we need to take out the new Syrian guy." Remember, they installed that Syrian guy after the fall of Assad. Now they're saying, "Oh, he's the head of the snake. We need to take him out."
What the fuck? The head of the
Again,
snake?
far be it
They're
from me.
psychos.
Maybe as I've said before, I'm only 147 IQ. We're dealing with people who are 3,000 IQ here. Okay, and it's beyond the realm of my understanding how that project there is going to succeed in the long term. Because I'm looking at it and thinking, like, this is how long can you keep that together? I don't think. I think 2 years left. I reckon. I reckon those
Yeah,
prophecies are right. You
bro,
know, they
that's what I've been saying. This country is not long for the world. It's got this death wish. The way that they pursue their aims in the world, it's just like a spiral to oblivion. Like you can't, like, dude, there is no a small state like that can't do a tactical retreat. That can't put off the fight for a little while they regroup. It's like they're trying to get everything done now, and it's costing them a lot. They're scaring people away, like people don't want to move there. They're bullying Australia, telling them that they need to get stricter with their laws, and it's just like they are not long for this earth, man. It's almost, and it is. What he said strikes me as salient, that this is low IQ emotional thinking. This is low IQ emotional thinking. They are not thinking in the 4D chess that everybody thinks Netanyahu's thinking in. He's an old motherfucker now. He is decrepit. And if that's the guy calling the shots, man, there's a reason why we're getting bogged down there right now. And, like, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
about the eighth decade and so on. Honestly, I just don't see these plans working, and all of their thinking is short term and smacks of desperation. And when people try to explain it, it's always like really petty things like, "Oh, Netanyahu doesn't want to go to jail" and things like that. To me, I think this looks like the beginning of the end for this
Mm-hmm.
whole thing. That's my
I
take
agree.
as we stand.
I've been saying
Um,
that for a couple of
anyway,
months.
specifically, what have Iran done?
I never heard
They've
him
hit
say that either.
surveillance aircraft in Prince Sultan. Now, you would have seen the images of this plane that has been kind of like split in two, and everybody's made the joke, "Oh, this was another laundry fire." Let's just explain why
Right?
was that plane
Does anybody believe for a second that that was a laundry fire on the Gerald Ford? I mean, come on now. Why do they lie to us so blatantly? Like, remember the Nord Stream pipeline? Like, bro, it's fucking obvious, man.
okay, in Prince Sultan in the first place. It was there because the radars had already been taken out. If you remember, one of the first things Iran did is it took out all the radars. Well, they stuck this plane there, which had a kind of like backup radar. They've taken that out as well. Aircraft hangars damaged, Patriot radars gone, fuel depots destroyed, and MQ-9 Reaper facilities destroyed, P-8 spy
Mm,
plane infrastructure destroyed. Iranian
tobacco.
missiles also hit a chemical factory in the Israeli industrial zone, and various other things. In fact, one of the things they hit, which was very funny, and I mean, I learned about it for the first time, as did everybody else, is they hit this factory that manufactures puberty blockers,
What?
which led me to joke that Iran have done more than Trump has ever done to detrans America. So so that was that. What else? What else? Uh, yeah, they've declared that universities are fair game to strike now as we go up the escalatory ladder. They keep on, they've hit more logistics and ammunition sites, troop hideouts, and various other things. I mean, they're constantly hitting things, and it's hard to keep track of all of the different things that are hit. But you get the idea of what is happening from this summary. Let's now get to the talk of the ground invasion. Now, that there are these troops, including the 82nd Airborne and US Marines. Uh, you know, First of all, it was just 1,000, then it was up to 3,500. Now we're up to about
Yep.
10,000.
It's gonna be 20,000.
And everybody's wondering, oh, well, what are these troops for? Now, the big
We know what they're for.
narrative is that it's to capture this place called Karg
God,
Island.
get the fuck. It's bullshit.
There's a few other theories floating
Listening.
around as
Back.
well. So, one theory is that they are to take Karg Island. Another theory is that they're actually going to do this kind of Mission Impossible style job, be airlifted deep into Iran to confiscate the uranium that is being enriched somewhere under the mountains in Iran, which sounds like a Hollywood movie style mission. I mean, to be honest, the Karg Island one sounds like a Hollywood movie too. And I've mentioned before that there's quite a lot of skepticism of people looking at this and being like, is that really what these troops are for? Because the numbers don't add up, right? It doesn't add up that an invasion force this small, right, would be for something like Karg Island. They're just going to get massacred, especially if you have a look at the map. And I'm not going to get the maps up. There are tons of military analysts online having a look at this from every single angle. But the overwhelming narrative I've got from all of them is that, even if they took the island, they wouldn't be able to hold it. And even if they did that, and the Iranians, started just bombing the shit out of Karg Island, it's in a counterintuitive way, the oil that flows through Karg Island is needed for world oil prices. So if they did that, it would cause an oil shock because 90% of Iranian oil comes through there. And of course, the oil market in general is interconnected. So it doesn't really matter where the oil's coming from. The global price is the thing that matters. And we're already in a situation where when I filled up my car this morning, it was £1.55 a litre when I filled up this morning. That's up from like £1.35 at the start of this, and that had already gone up from 120 something. So we're right back up to Rishi Sunak sort of prices already, and the crisis is kind of just getting started. I've seen reports that in Australia, 500 petrol stations were out, i.e., you're getting shortages breaking out. That is not to mention, and this is related not to Karg Island but
Nima
to the Strait of
Parvini
Hormuz. Apparently, about
is
a
his
third of the
name.
world's fertilizers go.
He's half Iranian. He's like Mensa smart. I didn't know that. He said that earlier in the video that he's 147 IQ. Pretty high. I'll vouch for that. But yeah, his name is it's academic agent. Academic agent. Yeah, his name is Nima Parvini. He's an associate of Sargon of Akkad. They're I think they're friends. But I like his political commentary. It's
There,
really sharp.
and this is causing quite a bit of panic as well for the world food supply. I know Morgoth, who like runs his own, like he grows his own carrots and stuff, has been going on about the fertilizers. But I've noticed that chatter about the fertilizers
Mine's
has
149,
increased.
bro.
They
How
were
about
talking about
that?
it on LBC earlier on. I heard John Mearsheimer, who I'm going to play a clip from in a second, going on about fertilizers. So this is another dimension to the crisis there. Still, it does not explain what these troops are actually for. And my assessment is that I think it's a feint. I think that they're actually for something else. Maybe they're going to send them to Israel. Maybe they're going to help Israel, like fight Hezbollah or something. I don't know. I don't know what, like, because where are they going to land? What is the actual mission? So that's
Nobody
one
knows.
scenario that it's actually not for any of these things that they're going to send them to Israel. A second
That sounds right.
potential is that,
Oh yeah.
and this is dark, right? But we're talking about Lindsey Graham and people like that here. What if they are intentionally sending these men and women? They are deploying these men and women, up to 10,000 of them, deliberately to go and get themselves killed. in order to try to get increased American investment in the war and to lock America in to committing more men, i.e., deliberately doing Vietnam again, deliberately locking America into another
Mm.
Vietnam style crisis. Who knows?
Peanut
That
butter
sounds
crackers.
insane. This is already the lowest support for a war ever. Okay, it is already less popular now than it was in the last year of the Vietnam War, which is the least popular war ever. It's already less popular than that
Crazy.
now, and people have not started coming back in large numbers in body bags. Okay, so that I think is a terrible idea. But we're talking about noted military genius Lindsey Graham and
Mhm.
friends here, so who knows? Um, Another thing that I think is possible if they deploy these troops, and it's something like the second
Mm.
scenario,
No,
is
good one,
maybe we
Cam.
won't get large amount of American troops coming back in body bags because the Iranians, instead of killing them, will take them hostage, and we'll get a repeat of the 1979 Iran hostage crisis, which is what brought down President Jimmy Carter, if you remember, and there was the start of there was the
Yeah.
thing that started, the Reagan Revolution back then, and I kind of joked President Trump could be the first person to be worse than both George W. Bush
And
for
Jimmy
being a
Carter.
warmonger and worse than Jimmy Carter for having an even worse Iran hostage crisis. So it's possible. And that is, again, one of those things that
Trump
people
rates
may
it.
have overlooked. Maybe they think, oh, well, we'll send them there and they'll get killed. But what if they're taken hostage? And I think it's probably likely that if they're sent, Iran would seek to take them hostage. They've got previous on doing that. And of course, it gives them additional leverage on
Mhm.
top of the leverage. I mean, at the
They
start
could
of
really run
like
us out
before
of
the
there.
war, Iran had something like 5% of world's oil supply that it controlled. Now that's up to about 20%. I think it's up to 25% gas they control just de facto by controlling the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, a third of the world's fertilizer supply. Those numbers would increase if the Houthis shut down the Red Sea, which they've threatened to do. And then on top of that, if they take Americans hostages, that would increase their leverage again.
Yeah.
So who knows? Who knows what it is? I have yet to see any serious analyst give that troops on the ground deployment. Like, I mean, I've seen people say like the chances of success are 0%
They're pretty
and things
low.
like that, or less than 10% chance of success. But Trump is desperate. Trump cannot take an L. Trump cannot admit that he's fucked up, right? So, who knows why he's sending these. And that brings me
It's
to
been
the
kind of
last
nice
point
watching him
that I
spiral.
want to cover
Trump.
today, which is
Piece
that,
of shit.
I've said myself, I allow myself two
Later.
copes. One cope is Rupert Lowe. The other cope is that Tucker Carlson is part of a deep state operation, possibly working for the CIA,
He is definitely a
to
CIA.
detach America from Israel and Israeli influence, and also to undermine what is happening right now. And I think there's all sorts of things that you can point to as evidence for this. The resignation of Joe Kent, the immediate podcast tour that Joe Kent did, all of these former
Joe
spooks
Kent was
on the
absolutely
airwaves
regime
all the time.
sanctioned.
The British establishment in the mainstream media, former ambassadors, former MI6, former defense ministers, former British military generals, all on TV all the time, counter signaling what's happening, but also increasingly in America,
Marge
this is
Island is a
happening
death
as
trap.
well, where even establishment voices like Robert Kagan are starting to say, well, Israel is a liability. Robert Kagan was one of the original neocon thinkers.
Hmm.
I noticed that the Brennan, the former CIA chief, was counter signaling this. So this is all grist to the mill, that there is quite a lot of meat on the bones forming for my cope, which is that there's some element of the deep state, or quite a big
He's
element of the deep
backing
state, that is
Tucker
against
and
this.
Vance.
That Donald Trump has gone rogue that Israel has gone rogue and that the American deep state is trying to cut off Israel, and eventually they're going to bring down Trump using this. Uh, now,
Sounds
as
right.
part of this, listen to what John Mearsheimer said here as I sip my Coke.
Just one final thought. You know, people like us are frequently critical of the deep state, and
But they're
people
gonna
on
get
both
us out of
sides of the
this.
political spectrum are critical of the deep state. But the reason that you have a powerful state, uh, the reason you have powerful institutions like the CIA and the Pentagon and analogous institutions in Russia, China, and so forth and so on, is because you need a lot of expertise. You need a lot of people who can help you staff problems. In other words, if you decide that you're going to invade um, Iraq in 2003,
Need a plan.
you just can't do it by yourself if you're the president and with a handful of advisors. You have to have lots of experts. You have to have lots of help thinking about how to deal with the problem and how to execute the right strategy and so forth and so on. And the problem
I'm hooking you guys. This is pearls right here. I'm hooking you guys up with a great fucking plug for for information. This is a great resource.
with President Trump is he doesn't have any respect whatsoever for institutions and certainly for the deep state, which he views as a mortal enemy because he thinks the deep state opposed him in all sorts of ways during his first term. So you have this actually very interesting situation where he does not rely on experts at all. He relies on Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Lindsey Graham. These
Crazy
people are not
clowns.
serious strategists. These are not
Clowns.
people who are capable of.
So I think I'll just leave it there. But reading in between the lines, you can see that Mearsheimer is basically saying the same thing that I am, that Trump and the Trump admin have gone rogue, that they're relying on Witkoff and Kushner and people like Lindsey Graham to make really
Fucking
serious
morons,
decisions
lunatics.
against the advice of 18 intelligence agencies and his own four-star general. So hear a bit more of him.
Knock my dick in the ring.
Thinking through how to deal with major foreign policy issues or questions of war and peace. They can't do that. And again, the reason that you have a deep state is because inside that deep state is all sorts of expertise. I don't want to paint too rosy a picture of the deep state here, but there is an upside to having a deep state. And
Exactly. Exactly. And
The upside is we're not supposed to get dragged into wars by Israel, but they didn't do their job this time. Fucking bullshit.
is look, if the deep state exists and they're being ignored and their analysis, right, is being kind of jettisoned for lunatic decisions taken by Trump, is it that out of the realms of possibility that
Come
that same
clean.
deep state is seeking to bring him down over exactly this, that they're signaling against the war? There have been so many leaks. There have been so much coverage against the war, undermining the war effort, and so many. I mean, let's not forget, Mearsheimer still, University of Chicago. Stephen Walt is still Harvard, right? They're still there. They're writing for Foreign Policy magazine, which is regime central. The Financial Times has taken against this. The Economist has taken against this.
Hmm.
It's very interesting to me that we're seeing this separation of
It's two
the
faction.
ziosphere, we could say, the ziosphere, and the actual institutions of the deep state and the actual institutions of America, separating from this little nucleus of Zio aligned voices. That's very interesting to me. And I still think when all is said and done, there is an ongoing project to wrap up like they're calling time. They're saying you've had about 80 years of this bullshit now, and we're wrapping it up. Maybe it's a cope. We will see. We will see. But as things carry on, more evidence comes to supply meat on the bones of my cope.
Hmm.
It's looking less
It's scary.
threadbare as time goes on. Admit it. Admit it. Maybe I'm just coping. We all have to have something to hope for. That's my hope. All right.
I like
thank you very much. Pick up a course for the academic agency. Just going to sprint through what's been happening in the war. I will have, I may even have another video out later on about Tony Blair, who's intervened and said that the alliance between the left and Islamism, as he calls it, has gone too far. What that reveals. That'll be a separate video. I want to review the Goodwin debate. Goodwin debated the guy who exposed that he used AI chat GPT to write his book. That's going to be so much fun. I'm going to review that. I want to have a look at David Starkey against Jeremy Hunt, where Hunt is confronted on being a Blairite. I want to talk about the rightoid. These are all things. These are all videos that are going to come out later this week or even later on today. But anyway, for now, let me know what you make of what's been going on in the Iran war. Pick up the mega bundle, pick up the Trivium, pick up Foundations of Geometry, and I'll see you all soon.
In the Israelis, they apparently they want
if you
Rubio.
Like this
they don't
video,
like Rant.
be sure to like and subscribe. You can join the channel for thousands of hours of past shows in the archive and hundreds of videos. If you have any questions, you can leave a super chat.
Bishop Strickland, thank you so much for doing this. What do you make of the closure of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre by Israeli authorities on Palm Sunday?
Well, really, Tucker, probably some things have developed even since the last thing I saw, but it looked like they were deciding to open it after all or whatever. To me, really, Tucker, this comes down to a consequence of the evil that we see, that we're witnessing. And I think we need to pay attention to it in that context. As we already discussed, the large-scale destruction of civilian life is never morally justifiable by any nation, by any entity, for any reason. It's just not. And to me, the closure of the Holy Sepulchre, the holy site for us, there's so many in the Holy Land, but the closure of that and the not allowing the procession of Palm Sunday is a tragic consequence of just how far off the mark really the world is at this point in so many ways. And what's going on
he's
there,
right.
We must speak
the whole world is
calmly, lovingly, clearly
out of whack.
That no, we can't allow this. And the closure to me is just one of many tragic consequences where this has to be addressed. And we've got to keep going back to that principle that the large-scale destruction of civilian life can never be morally justified.
Amen. And I'm glad to hear at least one religious leader in the United States say that so clearly. I think that any believing Christian would agree with that as a foundational part of the faith. But you're hearing just the opposite, and I want to ask about that in just a minute. But you don't seem like you believe that the Church of the Holy Sepulchre was closed for, quote, safety reasons.
Well, I really don't know, Tucker. And maybe for some making those decisions, that's the reason. But why is it? Why would it be judged to be a place that is unsafe? Because of this chaos that surrounds it.
Yes.
So, like I said, I think it's a consequence of everything we're seeing, which is immoral and is destructive to humanity in very significant ways. You're a man of history, and we all need to be people of history. And if we look at history, these days will be marked in history as a
super dark time. People will talk about this as a technologically enlightened time, but a morally corrupt, a morally rotten period of time, for sure.
Devastating time, similar to things that we can look back in biblically, the last 100 years,
almost 200,
2,000 years, that when these kind of moral aberrations begin to just take over, we need to speak up. And I really don't know the motivation for the closure of the Holy Sepulchre. I mean, I can surmise a lot of things. The possible reopening or partial that I've heard about, I don't know if even that's accurate. That's part of, I know what you're fighting and what we're all fighting is so much misinformation, so many false messages. It's really hard to know what is true.
Yes.
And that's why I think it's so important. And I will be a broken record repeating, we can never justify the large scale destruction and devastation of civilian life as morally justifiable. We can't do that. And I think we have to keep going back to that home base with all the chaos that we're all dealing with.
I think one of the things that we can say is that Christianity, targeted or not, the core tenets of Christianity, whether on purpose or not, is often in the crosshairs. We know that, I believe, talking to people in Jerusalem this morning, that there were no synagogues completely closed. And we know that the Church of the Holy Sepulchre was not closed during the last 2 world wars. We know that the idea was to have a Catholic leader and 3 others in there for a live stream service, and that was banned. So it's hard to understand how this was done for safety reasons. And moreover, I wasn't aware that the government, the secular government of Israel, owned the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, or, by the way, the Dome of the Rock, or any other religious building owned by someone else in East Jerusalem. I mean, where does this authority come from that you can just close someone else's church?
Well, I don't think it is true authority, and it's basically totalitarian, saying we've got the power, we've got the bombs, we can do what we want. And that is, again, as we look at history and we look at this moment, that is about as scary as it gets to have that attitude. And sadly, we're seeing that attitude. We are the ones with the power, so we are the ones calling the shots. Forget what is moral, forget what is true, forget what is historic, has historic precedent. I'm sure both of us, for several years now, I get tired of the word unprecedented because we hear it all the time, but we're living in unprecedented times.
Are commonplace.
For all the more reason, we need to go back to foundational pillars of life and faith. Of course, as a Catholic bishop, Jesus Christ is that pillar that we keep returning to, listening to him, looking at the model of his life, which flies.
Innocent people killing schoolgirls in mass murder. Israel is doing the same in Lebanon right now. And of course, none of this is leading to any of the political outcomes that were claimed. It's just leading to a spreading war and mayhem. The mayhem threatens to engulf the entire world. So if we end up within the next
AI is
days or weeks,
they're caught up in that too. The people that own all these big AI companies, Jays. So, like, no matter how you look at it, they're like a big problem for us. If you look at how they're influencing our country, it's a big problem. If you look at it, how they're basically the sorcerers in charge of this fucking black magic AI.
In a global maelstrom that is just about to be irreversible because
it definitely
of the
doesn't
mass
help you sleep well
destruction
at night
of the energy and infrastructure of the Middle East, it will be two individuals to blame, Netanyahu and Trump. Given this, Trump struts and he preens and he lies and he confabulates and he contradicts himself within the paragraph, if not within the sentence, basically because he and his buddy Netanyahu have gotten the world into an absolutely unprecedented crisis. The reason that this is nearly irreversible is that we're not talking about the opening or the shutting of the Strait of Hormuz. We're talking about the physical destruction of the energy infrastructure that houses about 1/3 of the world's oil supplies. And it's completely vulnerable. These oil and gas fields and refineries and port facilities and pipelines are not built with anti-missile defense systems. They're sitting there. And they're absolutely vulnerable to destruction. Some have already been destroyed. Every day that passes, more are being destroyed. And that is, if not irreversible in decade-long scales, it's irreversible for months and years to come. And it means a calamitous economic crisis worldwide, including in the United States.
You've described Trump in a way that I would characterize as panicking.
He is panicking, but he's also incapable of honesty, incapable of intellectual seriousness, incapable of planning, incapable of understanding a complex situation. And this we have seen repeatedly. He's the leader of a very wealthy and powerful country that can take a lot of abuse. America is taking a lot of abuse. The system still stands, but boy, is it shaking right now. Job creation has stopped. The economic well-being of the average Americans is falling now. The markets don't respond to Trump's delusions the way that they did even weeks ago. Used to be a president would say something, you would take it seriously, it would get priced into assets quite quickly. Now, Trump's words are either horrifying or bemusing, depending on one's perspective, but they are not serious. And this is our state of affairs.
I'm going to play a clip from Congressman Jim Hines, a Democrat of Connecticut. The fact that he's a Democrat is of no significance here. The significance is that he is the ranking Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee. He's a member of the so-called Gang of Eight, the Congress within the Congress. Under federal law, he's one of the 8 human beings on the planet to whom the administration is obliged to tell the truth before they do these things. Watch his answer to a simple question. What a novel idea. On one of the talk shows yesterday. Chris, number 1.
You said that the president's not really negotiating with Iran. Is that because you haven't been briefed as a member of Congress on the diplomacy, or you think he's flat out lying?
Oh, I think he's flat out lying. Last Sunday when he was told, and by the way, we're in exactly the same position today, oil prices now $112 a barrel and, futures in the stock market down 2%. Last Sunday, he realized, oh my God, I've got a financial cataclysm on Monday. So he just made it up that they're in negotiations with the Iranians. Look, underneath that statement, the Iranians have now realized that they have the reins. They are controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Gasoline prices are up more than $1 a gallon. And so the Iranians realize, holy smokes, we've got a lot of leverage here.
Yeah. They realize they just hit the fucking lottery.
It's a complete confabulation. What's interesting is the statement is made and then it's refuted within moments. We have someone who can't even lie cleverly to disguise his tracks an hour at a time. What is strange, however, is the behavior of the journalists.
Yesterday, Trump said on Truth Social that if Iran does not open up the Strait of Hormuz, then he's going to level the entire country. He's going to bomb desalination, power plants, electrical grid, oil industry, even the oil infrastructure on Karg Island. So that's option number one. That's plan A. Plan A is if Iran does not surrender immediately, we are going to escalate, bomb everything. We may even take the island. According to a new interview from the Financial Times, Trump said he's considering seizing the oil, which we've discussed many times over the past week and a half, 2 weeks. Plan B, option number two, and again, this is also just in the past 24 hours. Earlier tonight, it was reported by the Wall Street Journal that Trump may end the war without even reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So that's plan B. Option number two is we're just done. We're just going to finish the war, and we won't even open up the strait. We're just giving it to Iran permanently, or unless or until we intervene again to open up the strait, although it's hard to see how we would do that. So, as always, just like every other week in the conflict so far, we really have no clue, based on purely what is being said by the administration, by Trump himself, where this is going. Is it escalating? Is it de-escalating? Will it go on for 4 weeks or months, years? Or is it going to end any day? No clue. That being said, I think I've figured it out. We're going to provide some clarity. The operative word there is if you're going purely off of what is being said. But if you're following what is being done and you consider why these things are being said, I think it's pretty clear the direction we're heading in. And so we'll analyze this a little bit. I'll just tell you right out of the gate, I think it's a fake out. When Trump says he's going to leave without opening the Strait of Hormuz, what is the intended reaction to that announcement? The reaction isn't even for us. It's not even about how we respond to this. This is about how Asia will respond. This is about how Europe will respond. If Trump says we're leaving without reopening the strait, it will affect us, and it will affect us more as time goes on. But it will affect every country at a different time. It will affect Asia first, it will affect Europe second, and it will affect us lastly, and probably the least acutely out of all these countries. We don't rely on oil from the Persian Gulf like the Asian countries do. We don't rely on LNG like Europe does. We have enough energy that we are safe. So if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, or if Iran imposes a toll on that, then that becomes a problem for every other country far before and more than it does for us. And so I think that is a strategy. I think that's a play, and I think we're still on. Based on the deployments that are happening in the Middle East and based on what Trump has been telegraphing for the past 2 or 3 weeks, I think we are still on for ground operations in the Persian Gulf, either at Karg Island, at Hormuz Island, or one of the other islands, maybe one of the contested islands claimed by the United Arab Emirates, or possibly up to and including coastal areas on the mainland in Iran near the strait. I still think that is the trajectory. So we'll talk about all that. That's going to be our big development on Iran. If we have time, okay, get a load of this. If we have time, we'll cover this as well. The other big news from today is that Trump has unpaused the processing of asylum requests.
Wow.
So you might remember that at the end of last year in December, Trump went to U.S. Customs and Immigration and told them to stop processing all asylum claims by asylum seekers. And that effectively shut down the refugee process and the asylum process. There's now 4 million applications backlogged because effectively none of them were getting through. That was it. Well, now today, Trump has unpaused that. He reversed that rule. And so now immigration will once again begin processing asylum claims.
It didn't, question.
It gets better every day. It just gets better every day. It's like you're just getting punched in the face.
No, it's like a kick in the balls.
Every day, repeatedly. Every day, you're just getting socked in the mouth by the administration, and you're getting it in 2 directions. You're getting it on both sides. It's a classic 2-man. Not to be gross, but it's a classic 2-man. The Jews are running a classic 2-man on you and everyone you love because they're hitting you with the war in Iran. Goyim are dying for Israel. Goyim are going to land on the island and get drone strike to death. It's going to cost us $200 billion. How are we going to pay for that? We're going to cut all the healthcare money. So you're getting it on that front. The Zionist Jews, they're really squeezing us. It's costing us a lot of money, and we're all going to die, and it's going to be a nuclear war. But then they're also getting you from the other side. They're also getting you, hitting it from the other direction, because now the immigration is continuing apace. And so those 10 million illegals under Biden, they're not going anywhere. The deportations are over. They gave up. They changed the slogan. They said, we're not running on that anymore. It's not happening anymore. We have somehow a worse DHS secretary. First one was already terrible. Asylum requests going through. 10 million Biden illegals effectively amnestied. You're getting it from the other side as well. Stephen Miller's getting thrown under the bus. What happened? So this administration truly is just the gift that keeps on giving every day. At least for me. For everybody else, some people are having a hard time with this. Some of our plan trusters, we got to check in on them. They're on suicide watch. Got to pop in for a wellness check. For those plan trusters in your life, what do they call? I guess they call themselves the plan trusters, Trump loyalists. My ideology is unironically loyalty to Donald Trump. It's like, hey, pal. Hey, buddy. You doing okay?
Called it cold.
Have a conversation. Open up that conversation. Ask them how they're doing. If all of a sudden they seem suddenly optimistic and they have this burst of energy, that's a big red flag. It means they're about to kill themselves.
What? Oh,
so you might want to check in on them. Might want to check in on your friends because it's got to be tough. I saw somebody today.
Oh, man.
I think the guy's handle was Rogue Scholar Press. Typical faggot. Rogue Scholar. Okay, yeah, real rogue. Girl Dad Maverick over here.
Right.
Girl Dad Maverick. Girl Dad Knight in Shining Armor. Medieval Knight. Crusader. Girl Dad Wife Guy Crusader. 1433 logged on. And I replied to this on Twitter. He said, and it's so funny how they do this. So it's one of these pro-Trump Twitter accounts. And the tweet was something like, maybe I'm wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'll correct myself, and I still hope everything's okay. He goes, but I'm starting to think we got scammed. I'm starting to think we got tricked. I'm starting to think Trump has squandered his 10-year legacy and for Israel with this war. It's like, you think? What gave you that impression? Really? When did you start to realize that? Was it before or after we bombed Iran for the 6 millionth time? Well, how many bombings today? 13,000? It was on Fox News today. 13,000 targets hit in Iran. Oh, now you think the 10-year legacy is in the toilet. Interesting. Interesting. What tipped you off? But I love all these people. They're so reluctant to even say that. And for me, that's the cherry on top. That's the icing on the cake. Add a little bit of spice, please. Because have you noticed that there's like this, it really is like a cult. Nobody is allowed to say that it's not going the way they want it to go among the plan trusters, even though they all recognize it's a disaster. So they're starting to sort of cautiously venture out. And they always have those qualifiers. You know, I'm not a panikin. I voted for Trump 3 times. I gave Trump $60,000, and maybe I'm wrong, but I just have to say how I feel. I think there's maybe not a real plan here. And they all just get shouted down. They're all just getting eaten alive in the replies by the cadre of pro-Trump influencers. And I live for that. I really, because that, you know, that's what happened to me. I was the first one to say it in 24. Everybody had a big problem with that. I was the first one in 2024 to say, guys, I think it's not going to be how you think it is. And everybody just shit on me. So now we're here. But anyway, that's just a little fun on Twitter. Before we get into the show, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. Check out our merch store, Fuentes.store. We have our brand new spring collection. So many great products, and we're selling a lot of them. We have our shorts. We have America First shorts. They look great. We have a vintage distressed America First hat. We have a white America First hat. It goes well with our new white Jeffrey Epstein quarter zip. You can actually get the white quarter zip just in time for the spring. We have Groipettes merch. We have brand new shirts, hoodies, stuff for the DL Groipers. And by that, I mean Groipers that are hiding their power levels. That's what I mean by that. And we also have merch that's, you know, say it loud, say it proud. It's a swastika on one of the shirts. My dad called me the other day. He's like, do you really need to have a swastika on the shirt? He goes, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm like, Dad, that's the point. It's edgy. He's like, I know, but you know how it goes. You put the swastika on there and everyone's going to recoil at that. I'm like, Dad, that's the whole point. It's edgy. That's the purpose of it. It's not for boomers. I'm like, I'll get you the America First college hoodie, okay? I'm like, that's for you, okay? The Charlie Kirk Agartha shirt is for the niggas. It's for them boys. It's for the niggas. The swastika spaceship with the Agartha, Charlie Kirk, and Epstein, that's just for people that don't give a fucking shit, okay? That's for everybody else. Okay. Literally, I was talking to my dad over the weekend. He's like, I don't like the swastika. I'm like, Dad, it's not for your generation. I know. World War II and everything.
They were just
but it's in a different context. So whatever. It's not for the old heads, but check it out. Fuentes. Well, we'll see what happens with that. Fuentes.store. We also have the Candace Owens shirt. Well, she just looks, that's for legal reasons. That's not Candace Owens. That's somebody else. It just looks like her, sort of. But there's like a shirt with me and someone that looks like Candace Owens. That one's great. Man can dream. But anyway, Fuentes.store. If you want to support the show, do that. Also subscribe at AmericaFirst.plus. $15 a month. Get access to the entire archive. Every episode of the show, debate, collaboration, gaming stream, commentary. It's all there for the low price. You can't beat that. In this economy, you know, it's sort of like the dollar menu, $15, kind of more for a subscription, but Netflix is like $30 now, I think. So it's actually a good deal. And for $100 a month, you get access to the group chat with me. I'm in the group chat dropping lore content. I went off this weekend in the group chat. I literally popped off. So check that out. That's AmericaFirst.plus, $100 a month club. Okay, with that, we're going to get into the show. There's one other thing I wanted to talk about before we get into the latest on the war. And this is really important. Now, if you follow me on Twitter, you already saw my tweet about this, but it made me think a lot because I feel like I cover a lot of things on the show and we pick up on a lot of different threads here and there, but this is something that's really extremely important to follow up on. So this weekend, I saw a tweet from Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire. And as you know, Matt Walsh works for Ben Shapiro. He's a Shabbos goy. He flips the lights on and off. He's a race trader. He's betraying his religion to work for one of the worst Jewish supremacists on the entire planet. And Matt Walsh seems to be having some sort of epiphany lately. He's realizing that, maybe a war in Iran is not in America's interest. And, maybe that's a problem for us. So he puts out this tweet over the weekend, a long tweet, long paragraph. I'm not going to read it to you. But he basically says, this war in Iran is a bad idea. And let the record show that ever since the war started, I said it would be a bad idea. And this is a catastrophe. There's no exit plan. It's causing economic damage, and it's not in our interest, and so on and so forth. And a lot of people are congratulating him for this discovery, for this take. But you want to know something about that and Matt Walsh? I want you to take a little trip down memory lane, because unlike a lot of other people, if you watch my show, you know this about me, and maybe you're the same way. We don't have collective amnesia. We do not have brain rot here. We remember what people said and what people did last week and last month and last year and 2 years ago. And I'm old enough to remember, and I have enough of a recall to remember that Matt Walsh went on Tucker Carlson's show last year, and do you know what he said about the Middle East? His take on the Middle East a year ago is that if you are extremely pro-Israel and if you are extremely anti-Israel,
they're the same.
That both sides of that conversation are not putting America first. He said the real America first position is to be indifferent to the developments in the Middle East, indifferent to Palestine, indifferent to Iran, indifferent to Lebanon and Yemen. He said the real America first position is to fixate on what happens in America and school board meetings and the economy and Disney Plus and transgender athletes competing in girls' sports and all that. He said he really did the both sides thing. If you're obsessed with the Middle East as anti-Israel or pro-Israel, those are two sides of the same coin and they're both wrong. Well, you know what? And I said this on Twitter in reply to his epiphany that this war in Iran is bad. We have been marching toward a war in Iran for 2.5 years. And even longer than that. We have been marching toward a war in Iran really since like 2003. If you want to know the truth. And it really accelerated in 2018 when Trump pulled us out of the Iran nuclear deal. And then after October 7th, it was a fait accompli. It was inevitable. And there were some people that have been putting up the flare about this for a long time and warning people, pay attention to the Middle East. And what's more, pay attention to what is happening domestically. Because there is a dual track here. At once, you have very troubling developments in the Middle East. Clearly, Israel has undertaken since October 7th this ambitious expansionist project to steamroll Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the other Shiite militias, and then to decapitate Iran. That is obvious to anyone who is paying attention. That is the plan, was the plan, has always been the plan. And the other part of it is that simultaneously in America, the Jews have been ascending in politics, on the Republican side in particular, taking critical national security roles, infiltrating the MAGA movement, Mar-a-Lago, the Republican Party, because they believe that the Trump administration, that a Trump presidency will facilitate all of this. They will deliver Israel's agenda using the U.S. military. And like I said, for years, people have been pointing this out, like myself, like yours truly, and many other people. And all along the way, every step of the way, every step on this pathway towards the war in Iran, we've had people like Matt Walsh telling us You are obsessed with the Middle East. You are obsessed with Israel. That's overblown. You have gone so anti-Israel that you are now America last because your fixation is on that region. I'm the real America first because I'm indifferent to all that stuff over there. In a word, every step of the way, they have tried to distract us. They have tried to obstruct us, gaslight us. They have told us to bury our head in the sand as all of these developments have been happening. And this has been a long time coming. After October 7th, we gave Israel $26 billion to prosecute their war in Gaza. After October 7th, we intervened in Yemen in a full-fledged air and sea campaign against the Houthi rebels. We bombed Iran last year, and everybody told us it's not a big deal. It's not a real war. We just carried out one strike, and then that was it, and now it's over. Now here we are. Now here we are in a regime change war in Iran. It's going to cost us $200 billion. There might be a ground operation next week. And now they tell us, I don't think this war is a good idea. Oh, really? You don't say. Well, where were you every other step that led up to this? Oh, yeah. You were telling us to look the other way and stop paying attention. You were minimizing the issue and downplaying it. And the reason that I say this, make a note. The reason I'm saying this is not to toot my own horn and say, you were wrong, I was right. Because people might say, well, who really cares? As long as we all wound up in the same place, what difference really does it make who was wrong and who was right? The reason I say this is because that was a very particular point of view, and still is, that is being promulgated. And I would say this is the indifferentist opinion, which is that Israel is not really that big of a problem. It's not really that big of an issue. It's really more of a distraction. People look at it as an inconvenience. They say, well, this Israel thing happens to be blowing up the MAGA coalition. Isn't that unfortunate? Israel may have pressured us into the war. Gee, maybe that was a mistake. But obviously, they and their lobby have played a central influence. They're obviously the driving force. They've orchestrated all of this, which has led to all of these outcomes. The fiscal cost of the war, the Americans dead in the war, the catastrophic ramifications for the global economy and our allies and credibility and deterrence in the world, the explosion of the MAGA movement, the division in our camp. They have played a central role. They have orchestrated all of it. And here's the point. You can't be America first unless you are pushing in the opposite direction, forcefully and explicitly every day. That's the point. It's not one issue among others. Clearly, this is a huge problem. If the Iran war is destroying the MAGA movement, if the Iran war is blowing up the dissident right nationalist movement, if it's forcing America to fight another regime change war in Iran, then there is no way to get to America first without confronting Israel. You understand? You can't sidestep it. You can't avoid it. You can't go over it, around it, underneath it. The only way to get to America first is through Israel first. It has to be confronted. It has to be destroyed. That's it. That's the only way. It's Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, Randy Fine, Jared Kushner. It's Fox News. It's The Blaze. It's people like Josh Hammer. These people are standing in the way, directly obstructing our goals. They have to lose. They have to be defeated. And the only way they can be defeated is if they are decisively confronted. We have to call them out. We have to expose them for what they are. We have to make the argument, not with dog whistles, not incrementally, explicitly, all the time, every day, until we win. That's it. And I don't know how anybody can take a guy like Matt Walsh seriously. He goes on the show and says Americans are dying in Iran, $200 billion in Iran. It's exploding our movement, dividing our movement. And he goes to work every day for Ben Shapiro, who is practically the chief propagandist promoting the war. He, along with Mark Levin and all the others, how can you entertain this contradiction? How do you not see that? And then you realize, of course, Matt Walsh, he does see it. He's not a dumb guy. He knows what Ben Shapiro is. He sees it. And he sees our comments and he sees our replies and he chooses selectively not to engage. And so in a way, you have to understand that the people that are like Matt Walsh, they're actually our biggest enemy in a way. They might actually be the biggest impediment. And you want to know why that is? Because if everybody is watching the Ben Shapiro show, they see a short, ugly Jew with a big yarmulke commanding us to die for Israel. And it is plain for everyone to see. It is unambiguous. They see a short, ugly Jew with a big hat, a hateful, odious, disgusting person. Could not be more obvious whose side he's on, what country he has allegiance to. It would be naked and transparent what is going on there. And equally, people watch my show, and they may think I'm an anti-Semite, and they may think I'm anti-Israel, and I say let them think that. But at the end of the day, they see someone that is promoting America first, claiming America first, born in America, loving America only, against the Israel lobby. And if that were the dialectic, it would be pretty clear which side 90% of conservatives would take. If that was the dialectic, if that was the argument, Shapiro, foam finger, flag waving, yarmulke wearing, Israel firster versus America first, you know 99% of Americans take my side every day of the week. But then you introduce somebody like Matt Walsh. And somebody like Matt Walsh is going to beat his chest every day about how he's proud to be white.
And how it's okay.
And he's going to air his grievances about brown and black people and immigrants and wokeness and transgenders in the media and in sports and so on. And he's going to take a position on Israel that's not actually all that definitive. Well, I just don't really care that much. Well, I'm just, unlike Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro, I'm not obsessed with it. I'm indifferent. Now, once you introduce a guy like that, it muddies the waters a little bit. Because then there's a lot of people who are going to say, you know, I don't like Shapiro, but maybe Nick Fuentes is too extreme. I guess I'm like Matt Walsh. I guess I just don't really care that much about the issue. I guess I just don't understand why everybody cares so much about Palestine for some reason. Why everybody cares so much about Iran for some reason. Aren't they Muslims? How's that any better? And all of a sudden, now you've split the difference. And now maybe you got 50% that go Matt Walsh and 30% that go Shapiro and 30% or 20% that go my way. You see? For 2 years, we've been marching towards a war with Iran. People have been trying to warn you. I have been trying to warn you every single day, saying, look at how all of this is progressing. Look at the developments in the Middle East that are leading to this. It's not just, why do I care about Palestine? Because Israel is using that as a pretext. It is also the long-term goal as well. They're using that to roll October 7th into a...
You know, it's a whole constellation of different conflicts and different, you know, little battles raging between factions, and Palestine is just one of the stars in that constellation. It's just one of the data points, you know, and it's one of the more despicable ones of all time, really.
Justification for a war in Lebanon and a war in Iran, which has now become a regional conflict. Yeah. And that was always the point. And I spelled that out from day one. The war in Gaza will eventually become a full-on war with Iran, and it can't be done without us. And all along the way, every step, they told us, just don't think about that. Don't look over there. Look over here. Look at Disney Plus. Look at the Transgender Soccer League or whatever. Oh, those people like Sneeko and Fuentes and the rest of them, they're third worldists. Oh, they just care about Palestine. They're left wing spiritually. They lost the plot. And that's why for 2 years, conservatives buried their head in the sand, and that's why they're all so surprised. And they say, well, I thought the war was a bad idea. What, a few weeks ago? We've been headed here for years.
Straight up.
And by the way, if the end result of Matt Walsh and the conservative movement is to get you to look away for just long enough, just long enough for them to achieve what they want, that's all they need.
We don't need any Matt Walsh.
Don't you understand that? Some people say, well, this war has woken people up now. Yeah, well, it's a little late. We're 5 weeks in now. This is week number 5. And look at the price of oil and look at what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. There is one way out of this in the long term, and that is regime change. That's the only way out of this. You think we're getting a deal? You think Iran is giving the Strait of Hormuz back? How exactly is that going to work? We're already through the looking glass. We are on the other side. Oh, now you think it's a bad idea. After we killed the Ayatollah, after we bombed them 13,000 times, after they seized the Strait of Hormuz and crashed the global economy, now you realize what happened? It's too late. It's too late now. Now people say, how can we turn it around? What can we do? We should protest. We should call the White House. Call the White House. What are you going to tell the White House that will change the reality on the ground in the Middle East or in the markets? There's nothing you can say, nothing you can post on Twitter, nothing you can tell the president that he doesn't know. There's nothing that can be done. It's too late. They didn't need to pull the wool over your eyes forever. They just needed you to look the other way for long enough for them to make their move. And they did. Netanyahu went to the White House or the United States 5 times, 6 times last year, and then came back another time this year. And every time he came here, he was pushing for a war with Iran. And Trump's entire national security team was pushing for a war with Iran. And Trump's donors in the 2024 election were pushing for a war with Iran. They were pushing for it in the first term. But that entire time, people said, pay no attention to the Jewish Zionists behind the curtain. Because mass deportations are the only thing that matter, right? Immigration's the only issue that matters. Nothing else matters. Really? Epstein doesn't matter. Iran doesn't matter. The economy doesn't matter. Well, try that in the midterm elections. You tell all the voters in the midterms, but immigration is the only issue that matters. Good luck. Good luck with that. When oil's $200 a barrel, when gas is $5 a gallon, when mortgage rates are back over 6%. Good luck telling those voters, hey, but immigration's the only thing that matters. And if you disagree, you're a brown-coated, spiritually leftist, third worldist. Tried to warn you. Now, here's what we can do going forward, okay? Everybody that knows the score needs to start explicitly and forcefully opposing Israel first every single day. That's all you can do now. If you don't see it now, you're never going to see it. And if you don't start opposing it now, there's no excuses for you anymore. Regime change, war with Iran, 10 years into the Trump movement, we were just about to exit Syria and Iraq. Now we're bombing Iraq. Did you know that? Now we're bombing the majority Shiite Iraq, their popular mobilization forces. Obvious outcome from all of this. We were just about to leave. Isn't that what the whole Trump movement was about in 20?
It ain't working for something.
If you don't see it now, you're never going to see it. And if you don't start opposing it now, there's no excuses for you anymore. Regime change, war with Iran, the Trump movement. We were just about to exit Syria and Iraq. Now we're bombing Iraq. Did you know that?
I don't know what happened.
Now we're bombing the majority Shiite Iraq, their popular mobilization forces. Obvious outcome from all of this. We were just about to leave. Isn't that what the whole Trump movement was about in 2015? Now here we are. Now here we are in a regime change war. And who was right. The reason I say this is because that was a very particular point of view, and still is, that is being promulgated. And I would say this is the indifferentist opinion, which is that Israel is not really that ever.
Much further.
And by the way, if the end result of Matt Walsh and the conservative movement is to get, because mass deportations are the only thing that matter, right? Immigration's the only issue that matters. Nothing else matters. Really? Epstein doesn't matter. Iran doesn't matter. The economy doesn't matter. Well, try that in the midterm elections. You tell all the voters in the midterms, but immigration is the only issue that matters. Good luck. Good luck with that.
It'll be back up, I'm sure. When
oil's $200 a barrel, when gas is $5 a gallon, when mortgage rates are back over 6%. Good luck telling the...
That's kind of a part of his spiel. You know that, Cam. I mean, he's kind of a mad prophet of the airwaves, you know, denouncing the corruption of our times.
Voters, hey, but immigration's the only thing that matters. And if you disagree, you're a brown-coated, spiritually leftist, third worldist. Tried to warn you. Now, here's what we can do going forward, okay? Everybody that knows the score needs to start explicitly and forcefully opposing Israel first every single day. That's all you can do now. If you don't see it now, you're never going to see it. And if you don't start opposing it now, there's no excuses for you anymore. Regime change, war with Iran, 10 years into the Trump movement, we were just about to exit Syria and Iraq. Now we're bombing Iraq. Did you know that? Now we're bombing the majority Shiite Iraq, their popular mobilization forces. Obvious outcome from all of this. We were just about to leave. Isn't that what the whole Trump movement was about in 2015? Okay, I think we're back. Whoops. Okay, we have a thunderstorm going on here, so... Okay. There was like a power surge weird, for a second. Man. That's why. Don't worry, we didn't get zogged. Everybody was saying, people were saying it was a Mossad attack. No, it's just weather, inclement weather over here. We're good.
Word.
Anyway,
it happens.
Well, it's going to be hard for me to pick back up where I left off. I was kind of.
He was cooking.
Dialed in there. I was tapped in, but
he was cooking.
That's okay. Well, we're back. So anyway, so that is what is happening with Matt Walsh. I guess where I left off is I was saying. The only way forward is that people that know what is going on have to decisively confront Israel first. And thank God that Tucker is doing that, and Megyn Kelly and Piers Morgan and others. I wish Candace Owens would focus more on that as opposed to, like the other stuff. The lizard people, that whole thing, the time travel, astral projecting and so on. But that is the only way forward. If you want to get to America first, you have to recognize this is not an issue that you can sidestep. This is the issue. This is the impediment to America first. You are either on one side or the other. You are either America first or you are Israel first. There is no other position where you say, I just don't want to send foreign aid to any country. That is no longer acceptable. It never was. That is not adequate. It is no longer acceptable to say, I don't understand why anybody's obsessed with Israel. Because here is why. You want to know why they are obsessed with Israel? Because they are Jewish. And that is the only country they care about. They're loyal to world Jewry. They're loyal to the state of Israel. And as long as these people have any influence, they are going to use our country for their own ends.
Yeah.
That is what is going on in American politics. Radical left-wing Jews want to turn America into a diverse brown shithole because that is what promotes their agenda. A rising tide of tolerance and equality lifts all of the boats for every ethnic and racial minority, even the smallest one, which is the Jews. And the conservative, right-wing, Zionist Jews, for them, it is Jewish nationalism. I'm a nationalist. I'm an American nationalist. The right-wing Jews are Jewish nationalists. They are promoting a strong Jewish identity, a strong Jewish state, a muscular Jewish state. And as long as these people are around, they're going to put their interests ahead of ours. And as long as they are doing that and succeeding, we have to counter them. That is a hostile occupation. If you're America first, your sole and overriding objective is liberation. We want to free America from the hostile occupation. We want to liberate America from these people. That doesn't make us Israel obsessed. It makes us America obsessed.
American freedom obsessed.
If they are the occupiers, if they are the occupation regime, then our first priority is to liberate ourselves. That doesn't make us two sides of the same coin. Well, there's the people occupying our country, stealing our sovereignty, usurping our independence. And then there's those people that are obsessed with undoing that. Then there are those spiritual leftist nut jobs that are obsessed with throwing all of that off. I'm over here in the middle where I shrug my shoulders. Ben Shapiro runs America. Well, maybe we shouldn't send him foreign aid.
Yeah, right.
Shouldn't send them foreign aid. We need sovereignty. So as far as I'm concerned, this is a line in the sand moment. If you didn't get it before, I don't understand how you didn't. But now there's no excuse. If you're one of those few people that's still out there trusting the plan, five-dimensional chess, it's about China. Trump always campaigned on bombing Iran. This is your opportunity to get off. This is your opportunity to get off at this stop and join America first.
We can do something about it.
If you want to salvage what we have, if you want to salvage our country,
enough of us know
if you want to salvage an American nationalist movement from the wreckage of MAGA, now is the time to say unequivocally,
preach,
you're either America first or Israel first. We knew this when the Tucker cost happened. We know it now. So that's that. Matt Walsh says, I've been against the war since the beginning. No, you haven't. The war has been going on for years. And your job was to obfuscate it for your Jewish boss. Whether you knew it, didn't know it, intentional, unintentional, that was the effect. And that is what matters. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. So if in the end your effect was to get everybody to look the other way, we just have to hold our nose and vote for Trump because immigration's the most important thing. To those people, I say, fuck you. You brought us here.
Hell yeah.
Because that was literally the message. Don't pay attention to anything else. Don't pay attention to Jared Kushner behind the curtain. Immigration, racial pride, immigration, that's it. They are literally dangling that in front of your face on a fishing rod. Immigration, we just got to keep voting Republican because of immigration. We just got to keep voting Republican because of immigration.
Meanwhile, nobody gets deported.
And when has a Republican ever done anything about immigration? When? Did Reagan fix it? No. Did Bush? No. Trump 1? No. Trump 2? No. So let's just stop. Let's just get over that.
Get off the train.
I'm going to say one other thing. This is a bit controversial.
It's not going to our destination.
Bear with me. This country is 57% non-Hispanic white, okay? And the next generation, ever since 2012, the newborns have been 50% white. What exactly do you think Trump is going to do to undo any of that? Our country is fucked because of immigration. But you know what that is? It's the past tense. It was fucked, and now it is. It happened in the past, and that's the way it is. And I don't like it, and I know you don't like it. And if we could wave a magic wand and go back to the way things used to be, we would probably all do that. But we can't. And it's not going to happen, at least not anytime soon. It's not going to happen in the next 4 years. So when all these people told us we have to vote for Trump because of immigration, what exactly did you think was going to happen? Did you really think that in the next 4 years, America was meaningfully going to become less diverse? Serious question. Did you think that after 4 years, after just 4 years, America would be visibly, noticeably, meaningfully less diverse? And if so, where was that happening and how was that going to happen? Did you think that Los Angeles was no longer going to be 20% white? Did you think Chicago was no longer going to be 30% white? That New York was going to no longer be 20% white? Where was this going to happen, and how was it going to happen? It was never going to happen. At best, you would see a partial reduction in the rate of immigration, and that was all you were ever going to get, and that is all that we have. Trump has reduced legal immigration by
at this point. It may be a moot point. All these people gathered in the population centers, AI's fixing to hit. Those people ain't going to have fucking jobs. All of a sudden, them cities are going to be ghost towns. You watch in a fucking decade, they're going to be fucking belly up because they got no work, no tax base, nothing. People are going to be scrambling to get the hell out of those death traps.
10%. But they're not deporting 10 million people. You'll be lucky if they remove 1 million.
Let them have those shitholes.
And they've shut down illegal immigration. Well, you know what? That's a little bit too late. That's about 20 years too late on shutting down the border. We wanted the border shut down in 2016. And in the meantime, there's been about 15 million more illegals that have come here. So if you're not deporting anybody and you're not restricting legal immigration severely, then who gives a shit if they close the border, honestly? And people say, well, so what? So we should vote for the Democrats to make it worse? It means let's stop jingling keys in front of our face about immigration like it makes a fucking difference, because it doesn't. And people need to hear that. You're not going to like to hear that, but you need to hear that. And take it from somebody that marched at Charlottesville. Take it from somebody that was part of the OG white nationalist movement. That's just the way it is. Seriously. People say immigration, as if it will change a thing. 35 years of unrelenting, always increasing mass migration, and they think 4 years, a 10% reduction in legal immigration is gonna change anything, that it's even gonna make a difference, that it would even be noticeable. Don't kid yourself. They say, well, any little bit counts. Well, maybe in a vacuum, but not if the price we have to pay is a war in Iran, an AI regulation moratorium, the Epstein files being covered up, and destroying the Trump anti-immigration movement. You know, that's not worth the price of admission. People say any little bit counts. You know what? It really doesn't. Mm-hmm. It really does not, actually. Oh, you get nothing for almost. I hear that from the other side. Everybody because it always goes together. It's always this package deal. They say these guys are obsessed with Israel and the third world. Immigration's the thing we got to buckle down and focus on. And what are we hoping to achieve there? I mean, honestly. We are closer to establishing a lunar colony than we are to even having a majority white nation ever again. I mean, come on. Serious. And doesn't mean give up on that. It doesn't mean I'm not in favor of white identity politics. But we got to start being a little bit more practical here. But people don't want to hear that.
Doesn't
That's
matter
realistic.
What they want to hear.
That's
it's
the truth.
Yeah.
And you can listen to a Shabbos Goy beat his chest all day long about white pride and we don't want these brown people living here. It doesn't make a lick of a difference because they're running and they're hiding. The places where we can even live are getting smaller and shittier all the time. And 4 years of King Shabbos Goy, 4 years of best Goy, it's not going to change a thing about that.
He's right.
So get real. Get real. Don't be a sucker. Don't get tricked. Immigration. Give me a break. Stephen Miller's autistically focused on mass deportations. I think he's autistically focused on Israel. I think him and his wife, who goes on Piers Morgan and says, I have Jewish children. I think they're obsessed with Israel, actually. Yeah, I think they're just like the rest of them. I know. Shocking, right? I know. It's such a surprise. I thought he was one of the good ones. These people that, Anyway. We're going to move on. We're going to get into the war, but that's just a word on where the movement is because, like I said, if all of that has brought us here, of what use was the movement? If the movement has brought us to this point, of what use was the movement? As far as immigration is concerned, we have nothing. As far as Israel is concerned, they have everything. So of what use was your movement that people are trying to say, yeah, but we're just, Trump really wants to do it and we just want it to happen. Well, all of that in $1 will no longer be able to buy you a cup of coffee because coffee is now $10 a cup.
And going up higher.
It's worth nothing. Anyway, we're going to move on. We're going to get into our big story tonight. We're going to cover our updates here on the war in Iran. We're at day 31, 5th week of the war. No major developments this weekend, it seems, at least nothing that changes the nature of the conflict, which we all understand now at this point. Now, a lot of people were anticipating that there would be a major ground operation this past weekend. But if you recall, I said last week, more likely it's going to happen next weekend. If it is going to happen at all. And why is that? Well, it has everything to do with the timing of these troop deployments. We at the show, and by we I mean me, we believe that a ground operation will commence once the force posture has been reinforced by the 82nd Airborne, by the Marine Expeditionary Unit, and by a 3rd aircraft carrier. It will technically be only number 2 that is actually in the region, but it will be the 3rd one that's been deployed so far. And we believe that once all of these forces are present, and once the operational planning has been finished, and once the markets close this coming Friday, and Trump's deadline runs out just before April 6th, that is probably the most likely time for a ground operation. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Our big developments on the conflict, first and foremost, like I said, it is what has not happened. A ground operation has not happened and things were relatively quiet. Like I said, it means the conflict is still relatively the same. The dynamics of the conflict, the current state of things is the same as it was on Friday, as the same as it was the week before. And I'll refresh your memory quickly on where things are, and then we'll talk about where things are going. As you know, we've entered the 5th week, so we are now a little bit more than 1 full month into the conflict. Initially, they said it would be 4 days. And Trump, probably persuaded by Israel, was convinced that a decisive all-out attack on Iran would bring down the regime and there would be a quick end to the conflict. The regime change would effectively end everything. And then the United States could accomplish whatever it needed to. If that was a nuclear deal, cutting off funding for proxies, disabling or destroying missiles, that would happen in the aftermath of the regime collapse. As we now know, that did not happen. And Trump did not get his promised quick and decisive action that brought an end to this 47-year conflict. Instead, the war has now become an attritional war that has more to do with economics. The Iranian regime survived. It grows stronger every day. And Iran maintains the capability to bombard the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, as well as the Gulf countries, our allies, Israel, and U.S. bases with drones and ballistic missiles. And so now the pressure is going in the other direction. Currently, Iran has all the cards. Our weapons are not working. We cannot achieve the objectives that we set out to achieve with our current tactics and with what we are comfortable with doing. With air and sea power alone, even using all of our weapons, our most precise and advanced weapons, as overwhelming as we can make it, we are not able to topple the regime, not able to suppress all drone and missile fire. There is nothing that we can do. And in the meantime, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is causing oil prices to spike, which is causing inflation across the entire world. And the longer this goes on, the more it threatens to create a global economic crisis. And we're talking a global recession. It's not just the increase in the price of fuel, but it's also the increase in the price of food and potentially a semiconductor shortage because of the lack of helium and other commodities. If this goes on for another month, 2 more months, you're talking about $200 per barrel of oil. You're talking about an economic recession which will have a contagion-like effect. It will spread. The fuel shortages will cause panic. Other shortages will cause price increases. And this will be a systemic economic crisis for Europe, for the United States, for Asia. And it's not clear that this can even be averted at this point, even if everything returns to normal tomorrow, which is not going to. It's not clear that this can even be avoided anymore. Everybody with knowledge about this situation in government, for example, like in the Italian government, South Korean or Japanese government, and major leaders in the oil and gas industry, they all say it's far worse than anybody even realizes. The economic pain is already baked in and cannot be averted. It's just a question now of how bad it's going to be, depending upon how long it goes on.
It'll be like recession-inducing.
So we are stuck. Iran has all the cards. They actually have escalation dominance. We have no way to achieve our objectives. And now Trump is effectively trapped. This administration is looking for a way out. We cannot escalate to win, short of a ground invasion or using a nuclear weapon. And we cannot withdraw and finish the conflict on our terms. Of course, we could simply stop bombing Iran. We could sue for peace. If we do, we will have to accept Iran's terms for ending the conflict. Because at this point, we are at their mercy. Whether they choose to stop bombing the Strait, whether they choose to stop bombing the Gulf, is really their decision. And so although one way that we can alleviate the economic pressure, one way that we can exit the conflict is to simply sue for peace and seek a truce, we have to do it on their terms. Not only can we not impose the terms, but we will actually have to give up some pretty significant concessions to Iran. And this, by itself, would constitute a strategic defeat for the U.S. And that, by itself, would also be striking because you consider that we threw everything in our arsenal at this country.
Mm-hmm.
Tomahawk missiles,
billions
F-35s,
of dollars,
and 13,000 airstrikes and decapitation strikes. Everything that we have in our arsenal,
didn't fucking
aircraft
budge.
Carriers and our own drones that we copied from Iran and attack helicopters, everything that we had. And not only did we not win, but we effectively lost. Iran is arguably in a stronger position than they were before.
Absolutely they are.
They will have expanded their control over the Strait of Hormuz. The regime will come out fortified rather than weakened. That also carries a pretty significant consequence against the United States because it hurts our credibility and it hurts deterrence, which is what we use to effectively control the entire world. So there's this cascading sequence of consequences for ending the peace on their terms. One, if we leave, we got to give a lot of stuff up. Two, that means we lose. If we lose, that means nobody takes us seriously. So for us to end the conflict on Iran's terms, to de-escalate and end the conflict, this is an unacceptable humiliation for the United States. And it's not like some people think that it's just about being the bigger man, that it's just about calling the quits. It's about cutting your losses. You have to understand this is a catastrophic defeat which tangibly hurts the United States. So we are effectively caught in a bear trap. Trump tried to kill Iran. He failed. And now what Iran is doing is they are trying to impose the maximum cost on not only the United States, but everybody else in the region and also in the entire world.
Their dominance.
And the reason they are doing this is so that they can reestablish deterrence. Iran wants this to go on for a pretty long time, not forever and not indefinitely, but Iran wants this to hurt, and for it to hurt, it needs to go on for longer than we're comfortable with, and they need to make it hurt badly. Badly for the regional players that assisted the United States, badly for the United States, which has done the bulk of the fighting, and also badly for all the other regions of the world that will be affected by the price increases. And the reason they're doing that naturally is so that the United States, Israel, and every other country will avoid ever attacking Iran again. And so we are stuck by design. We were drawn into a trap by Iran and by Israel, interestingly enough, so that there is no escape hatch. There's no exit plan for the United States, and that's a feature. So that is the state of the conflict. That doesn't mean that Trump is not seeking a way out. As I said, Trump and the military planners are trying to get creative. They're looking for a way that we can leverage Iran just enough that we can get out of this. And how do you change this equation? Well, so far, our attacks and our weapons are not able to achieve the objectives that we set out to accomplish in the war. And so we have effectively had to admit defeat, that we are not going to topple Iran's regime, that we're not going to be able to destroy all of their missile launch platforms. We may not even be able to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So what the administration is doing is they're finessing our stated objectives, and they're looking for a cheap and easy win, or maybe a risky win, maybe a gamble. But they're looking for a smaller win. They're looking for a win on the battlefield. And they're looking to increase their leverage ever so slightly, not so that we could claim total victory, not so that we can run the table and get everything we set out to get, but so that we don't have to accept such a humiliating defeat so obviously on Iran's terms. So Trump is looking for something he can do to up the ante so that, one, we could say, well, we won this battle, now we're ending the conflict on our terms. And that has a purely rhetorical significance. But also, from a tactical point of view, trying to gain a little bit of leverage over Iran so that in reality, in a tangible way, we actually don't have to accept all of Iran's terms. And clearly, Iran is going to win on a lot of them. The regime remains intact. They're not giving up their highly enriched uranium. They maintain their missile program. And they might even keep the Strait of Hormuz. But maybe we'll be able to get a little something, just a little something to show for it. And how is Trump seeking to do that? Well, it's very clear that he is looking to escalate the conflict into an energy war. And Trump is looking to attack civilian infrastructure in Iran, which will damage their economy. Either he is going to destroy the infrastructure, or he is going to seize control over it with an invasion, or to seize control of Iranian territory. And this will force Iran's hand either by making them negotiate for control over their energy, or by depriving them of control of the Strait of Hormuz. And doing one or both of those things will allow the United States to say, we got a victory on the battlefield and now we're done, and also prevent Iran from wielding all the cards and dictating the terms to the technologically superior United States.
All this is moot.
And we've been talking about this for a few weeks. It is my belief that if you've been following these developments over the past 2.5 weeks, that Trump is building towards a ground operation either to retake the Strait of Hormuz by seizing islands near it or Iran's coastline there, and or Trump is going to invade Karg Island, which is the linchpin, the critical node in Iran's energy sector. And by seizing Karg Island, he can choke off Iran's exports, from which they get 50% of their revenue from their energy exports. And he can then negotiate for the strait or sue for peace and get other concessions. And that seems to be the plan, based on the fact that there is a major reinforcement happening in the Middle East with Marines, paratroopers, and another aircraft carrier, and also based on the fact that he seems to be buying time simultaneously promoting a completely fake peace process and mixing up the signals, telegraphing all sorts of contradictory things. While there is a major reinforcement going on, he's also talking up these peace talks, this diplomatic process that just simply isn't happening. Saying that there will be meetings in Pakistan or in Turkey, that intermediaries are in touch with Iran, that Iran has agreed to all of our terms. In reality, none of this seems to seriously be happening. Now, the big developments from this weekend about the war are that once again, we're getting two completely different messages. So you might recall that the big arc last week in the story is that Trump has created a new ultimatum for Iran. Not last weekend, but the weekend before that, Trump said that Iran had 48 hours to open up the strait, or else he would attack their power grid. He would attack their power plants, their electrical grid, not necessarily their oil infrastructure, but their electric infrastructure. And naturally, Iran replied and said, well, if Trump escalates it into an energy war, then Iran will respond in kind against Saudi Arabia, against the Emirates, and Kuwait as well. Trump, on Monday last week, pushed that deadline back. He gave Iran 5 more days. Then on Thursday, he pushed the deadline back 10 days. And so where it sits as of last week is that Iran is currently on a countdown until April 6th, which is next Monday, to open up the strait, or else Trump has promised to bomb all of their energy. And yet again, there's a question, is Trump actually serious about this deadline or any deadline?
Yeah, it will
because
be cool
the 48-hour deadline got extended. The 5-day deadline got extended. Now we're currently in a 10-day deadline. And we all know that if Trump were to bomb Iran's infrastructure, this would be totally unacceptable. By itself, it would also be unacceptable because of Iran's inevitable retaliation. Right now, currently, we are actually letting Iran sell their oil.
Yeah.
There is oil that has gone out to sea already, that is on its way to its final destination, and the United States is no longer sanctioning that. So all the oil that left the Strait of Hormuz from Iran prior to the war, we're going to let them sell it. Why? Because we want the maximum supply of oil in the market right now to stabilize prices. Currently, Iran is still sending oil through the Strait of Hormuz. If our allies send their oil through the strait, Iran will bomb it. Well, we have the same capability, technically speaking, but we are letting Iran continue to export oil, even though they deny our allies from doing the same, for the same reason. It's the same reason we stopped sanctioning the oil that's at sea. We're continuing to allow them to export oil because we need all the oil in the economy that we can get. So we can't bomb Iran's oil infrastructure. We can't bomb their grid.
Can't hurt them.
For that reason alone. But even more, if we do that, Iran will bomb Saudi Arabia. They will bomb the Emirates. They will bomb Qatar, potentially. They'll bomb Kuwait and Bahrain. And if they do that, then this worsens that effect even more, like I said. So you already have $116 a barrel for oil. If we bomb Iran, that goes up. And when Iran retaliates against the Gulf, it goes up even more. And even still, we might not even open up the Strait of Hormuz after that point. So now we're in a true energy crisis. So if Trump has a deadline and keeps extending it, we don't know that the deadline will ever actually be enforced, if it will ever arrive. Will it get extended in perpetuity? Will Trump call it off? Will he simply decline to enforce it? And we know that he realistically cannot even enforce it. We will get to April 6th and we'll know then, just as we do now, that Trump really has no ability to follow through on the threat. So why make the threat? Well, yesterday, Trump basically re-upped and renewed the threat. So if there was a question about whether the deadline was still in effect, if that was still going to come due at some point, Trump reminded us that we are still underneath this ultimatum. And Trump put out a tweet. This is according to CNN. It says, quote, President Trump said if Iran does not reach a deal with the United States and open up the Strait of Hormuz, the country would conclude military involvement in the region by, quote, blowing up and obliterating electric plants and oil wells in Iran. This is from Truth Social. Trump said, quote, the United States of America is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operation in Iran. Great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Strait of Hormuz is not immediately open for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, Carg Island, bluster, and possibly all desalinization plants, which we have purposefully yet not touched. So this is the new threat. And Trump says it's going to be power plants, Carg Island, oil, desalination. It will be all critical civilian infrastructure. We will effectively destroy their economy. That's the new threat. So we're still under the ultimatum as it stands this week. But then, earlier tonight, we get a new report from the Wall Street Journal, which says that actually, Trump is considering ending the war without even opening up the Strait of Hormuz at all. This is from the Journal. It says, quote, President Trump told aides that he is willing to end the military campaign against Iran even if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed.
Just wash his hands.
In recent days, Trump and his aides assessed that a mission to pry open the choke point would push conflict beyond his timeline of 4 to 6 weeks. He decided the U.S. should achieve its main goals of hobbling Iran's navy and missile stocks and wind down current hostilities while pressuring Tehran diplomatically to resume the free flow of trade. There are also military options the president could decide on, but they are not his immediate priority. Trump's desire to end the war quickly is at odds with other moves he's planning to make. This weekend, the USS Tripoli and the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit entered the region. Trump also ordered elements of the 82nd Airborne and is considering sending another 10,000 ground troops to the Middle East. On Monday, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt told reporters the U.S. was working toward normal operations in the... They have to open up the strait. Apparently, this is now the only victory condition because regime change is out and destruction of the missile program is out and securing enriched uranium is out. So on the one hand, the only condition remaining to succeed for a deal, for surrender, is this. Simultaneously, we're also getting all this talk that we're going to leave regardless. And this is coming from White House aides, but it's also coming from the Secretary of State. And it's coming from the White House press office. Rubio says, this is with Al Jazeera, which is a Qatari outlet, the Al Thani royal family. Rubio says to them, well, we're going to leave, and then we'll deal with the Strait of Hormuz later. We're going to fight this over the next few weeks until we achieve our military objectives. And then the straits, well, that's for another day. He seemed to echo the Wall Street Journal report and says we will resolve that diplomatically with every other country at some other time. Now, what are we to make of all this? Because there's so much being said, and they're talking out of both sides of their mouth. On the one hand, you get reporting from the Pentagon that says, we're going to seize Carg Island, we're going to invade the coastline, we're going to invade the islands in the strait with the help probably of the United Arab Emirates. And they say, Iran has a 10-day deadline and we're going to destroy all their infrastructure. And we're going to bomb everything, and we don't care what the consequences are. We already did it in the southern Pars gas field, and we already did it on Karg Island. But then simultaneously, you get this messaging that says Iran has already agreed to every point. We're going to meet in Islamabad. We've already made a deal. And they keep going and they say, actually, we don't even care if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. We'll just deal with that later. We've bombed them and now we're just going to come back on a later day. So what are we to make of all these different conflicting reports? Well, I would say about the Strait of Hormuz, there's something you need to understand about the economic pain that is being applied by Iran. And that is that the sharing of economic pain is not even. It's not even chronologically, and it's not even economically either. The pain that results from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz will be felt first by some countries and later by other countries. And why is that? It has to do with the final destination of the energy products. The oil and natural gas that comes from the Persian Gulf mostly goes to Asia. The oil from Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, all of that oil, for the most part, is exported to India, China, South Korea, Taiwan, Japan, Malaysia, the Philippines. This is where the oil actually goes first. So if that oil is not going out from the strait, there's a couple of things that are happening. And the first thing that is happening is that these countries are not going to get their shipment of oil. That is what happens first. The actual oil in the barrels that's pumped out of Iran and Saudi Arabia, it just stops showing up to India. And that actually hasn't started happening yet because there's a timed delay. The oil that left the strait before the war is still out at sea and is still arriving in ports. They're still getting it. They're still getting their jet fuel and diesel and their petrol. They're still getting all those products. They're still getting it, and they're still able to have energy. But it's on a timed delay. And once all those shipments are completed, there's going to be a gap in the oil import from the Persian Gulf. This is why the prices are going up, and that's a secondary effect. Because, of course, what are these countries going to do? Well, they still need energy. They still need fossil fuels, so they're just going to buy it from somewhere else. They'll buy it from another supplier. And this is why the prices go up, because the supply is constrained while demand remains the same. So if there is the same demand, but there's a smaller supply, then the price goes up. And that's why it affects us. But we still are getting oil. We still are getting oil from Canada, and we're still getting oil from other sources. And so we're only hit by the price shock. We're actually not affected necessarily in the same way by the supply crunch. And so when Trump says, we'll leave the Strait of Hormuz closed, first and foremost, that's a problem for Asia because they're not going to get their oil. And if they want it, they're going to have to pay Iran $2 million a pop, which they don't want to do. It's prohibitively expensive. Secondly, it's going to hit Europe because Europe is dependent on Qatar and the United States for liquefied natural gas. Europe got a lot of their energy from Russia before the Ukraine war started. It was pumped in from Cold War era, Soviet era pipelines through Ukraine and then through the Nordic Sea. And that is where they were getting their energy mix. It was a lot of natural gas from Russia. Obviously, the United States blew up that pipeline. And to replace the natural gas they were getting from Russia, which is not easily replaced, they started to get natural gas from the United States and from Qatar. Qatar supplies 20% all by itself of the world's liquefied natural gas. You stop that from coming out, and the price of natural gas for Europe goes through the roof. This is a big problem for them. Again, it's a problem for Asia first, it's a problem for Europe second, and only at the very end of the process is it a problem for the United States, and only because of the price shock, only because energy becomes more expensive. But we're not necessarily going to run out of energy. It is Europe that will have to ration its energy resources. It is Asia which will have to ration their energy resources. It will be bad globally for the whole economy, but this is like everything else. If you understand Trump's MO, this is a game of chicken.
Brinksmanship.
It's no different than Trump bombing Iran's energy.
Brinksmanship.
He is daring Iran to retaliate against the Persian Gulf or the Gulf Cooperation Council nations, because he's effectively saying, you should really see if we need the Persian Gulf oil as badly as you need it. He's trying to call their bluff. Go ahead, bomb Saudi Arabia. We don't care. You need your oil more than we need their oil. Now, that may or may not be true. It would be detrimental. But Trump is trying to convince Iran that if we make a decisive strike on their energy infrastructure, in the long run, they're going to miss it more. Yes, it will be bad for us, but our regime will survive. Can Iran survive without its military, without the Ayatollah, and without their energy infrastructure? Surely they will impose a severe cost, but maybe not as high as the cost we impose on them in the long run. And in exactly the same way, Trump is now doing the same to our allies in Asia and Europe. Because recall, 2 weeks ago, Trump pled with Europe and with the G4 countries and the other allies in the Pacific and begged them to assist the United States in opening up the strait, begged them to provide their naval resources, begged them to send their troops to die in this war. And every single country refused. Australia, South Korea, Japan, Italy, Germany, Poland, every country refused to help. And then Trump said, well, fine, you know what? Fine, we'll solve it. We don't even need you guys. Now, a week and a half later, the messaging is, well, maybe we'll leave the war and we'll let all of our so-called allies, they can figure it out because they need it more than we do.
It just seems
so what's the purpose of that messaging? In this case, that messaging isn't for us. And certainly that messaging is not for Iran. It's mixed messaging for different audiences. The message for Iran is you have a deadline. If you don't do what we say, we might wipe you off the map, and you should be confident that we're serious. We know what you're capable of, and we know that you will retaliate against the Gulf, but see if we care. If we destroy your energy infrastructure, then you're not going to have a regime in 6 months. It'll just be easier for us to come back. That's what Trump is communicating to Iran with the ultimatum yesterday. But what he is communicating to Asia and Europe is you better help us. You better hope that we succeed, because if we don't, and if you don't help us, we're going to leave without solving this problem that we happen to create, but you're going to be left picking up the pieces. And Trump is trying to convince these other countries in the same way that he's trying to convince Iran, you need the Strait of Hormuz open more than we do. Okay, fine. You don't want to help? Then we'll leave. You need that energy far more than we do because you actually import it. It'll get more expensive for us. We'll absorb the energy shock. We have reserves. We have other suppliers. It's you that's going to be out of luck first. So try and figure that one out. And there's something pathetic and desperate about this, because you realize this is a person that has no credibility. Yeah, does he think this is going to work? Does anybody? No, this is the strategy. I'm not saying I think this is a good idea. I'm not saying I endorse this. I'm saying this is the intentionality behind it. I saw a clip the other week. I was explaining Trump's planning on Carg Island, and people said, Fuentes is flip-flopping. Now he supports it. I'm simply laying out the thought process. I'm laying out what the planners are thinking in the same way here. So is this going to work? Well, does Iran really believe that the United States is willing to let the Gulf countries be destroyed? Because that's surely what would happen. We go in and we bomb Carg Island, as we promised to do, and desalination, and we bomb their electrical grid. Well, like I said, first and foremost, that is going to cause oil to go even higher, which Trump has done everything in his power to prevent by lying to the press, lying to the markets, changing his operation, changing the playbook depending upon when the markets open and close, opening up the strategic reserves. 261 million barrels of oil were released. So does Trump's threat track with how he's approached that problem? Absolutely not. When Israel bombed Iran's energy, Trump disavowed. When Israel went and bombed the southern Pars gas field, Trump said they made a mistake and they'll never do it again. So do the Iranians really believe? Does Trump believe they believe that Trump is going to go in, bomb everything at all, but then even more, and then allow Iran to rain missiles on Dubai, Doha, Abu Dhabi, Riyadh, destroy Saudi Aramco, destroy Qatari's LNG, destroy desalination? Of course that is unacceptable for the United States. Of course he's not going to follow through. Obviously, that would be detrimental. So that's not a serious threat. That's a bluff. Trump is bluffing. And the Iranians know that, and on some level, he has to know that they know it's a bluff because it's simply unacceptable. Like I said, if we were willing to sacrifice Iran's energy, why would we release the sanctions on the Iranian energy that's already out to sea? Why would we let Iran continue to transit oil through the Strait of Hormuz? We wouldn't. Why would we be reassuring the markets every weekend? Why would we carefully avoid bombing the oil on Karg Island? Why would we reprimand Israel for bombing the gas field? We wouldn't. And moreover, as far as Japan and India and South Korea and Europe are concerned, once again, it's a bluff. When Trump says we're going to walk away without opening up the strait, it's a possibility we might do that or might be forced to do that. But does he really believe that these other countries believe that we're going to give up? And how does that make any sense? We're going to go to war with Iran, and then we're going to let them take control of the strait. And they went from controlling 4% of the global energy supply to 20% because now they're charging a toll in the Strait of Hormuz. They actually expanded their territory in our war of aggression. Does Trump think that these other countries think we're going to do that? And by the way, that is going to destroy our economy too. And we might be more acutely affected than other countries because it is our economy which is totally reliant on artificial intelligence, which is totally dependent on cheap and abundant energy. We actually need more energy than we have, and we have less energy than we started out with. So what happens when oil gets to $200 a barrel? Well, all of a sudden, all that compute that we have running in all these data centers, which is driving commercial real estate, which is driving the S&P 500, which is driving NVIDIA and its valuation, all of that is going to collapse. And what happens when that real estate stops being built? And what happens when those chips stop being purchased? And what happens when all of a sudden OpenAI and Gemini and all these other companies that borrowed so much money, what happens when they are no longer profitable or there's no expectation of profitability? Well, we're going to have problems too. Just because we're not getting the oil from Saudi Arabia doesn't mean this is going to be a walk in the park for us either. And so it comes down to credibility. The Trump playbook is the maximalist demand, the ultimatum, the deadline. We have all the cards. You don't have the cards. We're going to dictate the terms. We're the United States every single time. And then Trump always chickens out. And you see it every single time. It happened with Greenland. We have to have Greenland. We're going to take it. And then NATO put troops there, made some threats, and he totally backed down. We got nothing. And Trump did it with China in the trade war. On Liberation Day, when Trump announced the tariffs, he said, if China puts retaliatory tariffs on our goods, then we're going to raise the tariff to 100%. And China did. And then we raised it to 200%, and China reciprocated. And then Washington was begging Beijing to come to the table and make a deal, begging them, while they were telling the media that China was asking us for relief, which they weren't.
Pathetic.
He did it with Russia. He told Putin, you have 30 days, you have 2 weeks, you have 10 days. And then when Putin didn't meet the deadline, Trump said, never mind.
Like all the kabuki theaters just to keep us in the dark.
Well, we're having productive talks and we're just going to cut him some slack. We're just going to give him a break anyway. Literally every single time with Russia, with China, with Greenland, with all of these countries, this is a person with no credibility.
None.
This is what eroding deterrence really looks like. And fundamentally, it's about overexpansion. The United States is still unquestionably a first-tier great power. China is not on our level. Russia is not on our level. But we are no longer a hyperpower. We are no longer a global hegemon. We cannot pressure Russia to do what we want them to do. We can't pressure China. And increasingly, we can't even pressure these middle powers effectively. North Korea, Iran, we've really done as much as we can do to them. Maximum pressure sanctions, but if they have a nuclear arsenal, a strategic weapon in the case of North Korea, or if they have a conventional arsenal of strategic weapons like Iran, there is little in the way of military action that we can even do. So this is overestimating our capability. This is overextension. We're writing checks that we can't cash. It doesn't mean that we're not a powerful nation. It doesn't mean we don't have leverage. It doesn't mean that that leverage is not powerful to persuade or leverage other countries to do what we want them to do. But what we're seeing in Ukraine and Iran is the true limits of U.S. force projection. We can't retake Crimea and the Donbass. We can't prevent Iran from closing the Strait of Hormuz. We can't achieve regime change. We just simply can't. And so promising to do all these things and then not being able to do them, every time that happens, it erodes deterrence. It erodes U.S. credibility. And increasingly, people are starting to look at America as a paper tiger that cannot really and truly follow through on its threats, that is not that superpower that took down Saddam Hussein with shock and awe, that was able to push other countries around like it did in the 10 years after the Cold War. And this is being undone, ironically, by Trump.
Yeah.
It was the Democrats that had a doctrine of smart power, using our power in a restrained way, in a tactical way for limited objectives, using it to achieve diplomacy when possible. It is under the Trump doctrine, overestimating and overextending our capabilities, that now people are starting to see the true limits. And we're able to get away with a lot less. So the question is, does anybody really believe this? When Trump says, we're going to destroy all your stuff, we're going to let them keep the Strait of Hormuz, the answer is clearly no. I don't think anybody believes this. And what it shows is that Trump is truly stuck in this conflict. You think about if plan A was we pound Iran as hard as we can and we hope that they topple, or if they don't, that they don't close the Strait of Hormuz, well, then what exactly was plan B? What was the alternative?
Like, hope was their plan.
Because it seems like the alternative is, now we're going to try to rush a small force to the Persian Gulf. We're going to bluff and we're going to make up a bunch of stuff. We're going to start sounding crazy and make all these demands again that everybody knows we have no ability to follow through on. And then in the end, we're going to try an extremely risky operation to try to salvage this. We're going to escalate it, put more Americans in harm's way. We're going to risk a real strategic humiliation, a real tactical defeat, in order to resign without looking like a complete embarrassment. It seems like that's the plan B. And it's like we discussed last week, while all of this is going on, the Marines, the first group, has arrived in the Persian Gulf. And the paratroopers are arriving in the Persian Gulf this week. And another aircraft carrier is arriving. In the meantime, Trump is saying simultaneously, while he's making threats, threatening to walk away without opening the strait, He is telling the media that we have made a deal with Iran. And this is how you know that what is coming is a military operation. Because he is simply saying things that are not true. He is telling the press that Iran has accepted the 15-point plan, which they have outright rejected. And they've actually rejected negotiating altogether because of the plan. They've said unless the United States walks back some of these ridiculous demands, we can't even sit with you. We won't even talk to you. And Trump is not only saying that negotiations are underway, he's saying that they're pleading for negotiations and that they've already agreed. So that's not true. At the same time, he's extending his own deadline over and over. Well, if he was really looking for an exit, if he was really bored with the fighting, interested in other priorities, if he was really going to walk away without opening the strait, why wouldn't he have walked away yesterday?
No.
If the deadline was on Friday, why would he not have walked away this weekend? Why wait for another week of economic pain? Why wait another week of an energy crunch? Why would he wait another week if there's no peace process underway? If Iran is not becoming more compliant because they're not really under pressure, why not just cut our losses now? It doesn't make sense because this is what is being telegraphed and signaled by the White House. They say Trump is bored. He wants to move on to Cuba. He wants to do something else.
What an idiot.
They're saying he wants the war only to go on for 5 weeks and not any longer. He's ready to move on after the Strait of Hormuz. He's frustrated. He realizes that we're not going to topple the regime. Really? So why did the deadline get extended? Why did we not call the quits and what, we're just going to suffer another week? Why? There is no peace process. We're not talking to the Iranians. All that it would profit us to extend the war one more week arbitrarily is it's going to make oil cost more. And it's going to cost everything cost more in the long run. So if something doesn't add up, it means that something else is happening behind the scenes. And I think it's very clear that the peace talks are a sham. And to the extent that you're reading about these things in the media, this is meant to reassure the markets. And it's also meant to signal to the other allies that maybe they should help. I think that's been the strategy for the past week and a half. Even to the extent that Trump says we're going to bomb their oil, that would have the same effect as letting the Strait of Hormuz remain closed. If Trump says he's going to bomb Iran's energy sector, that ultimately has a worse effect than leaving the Strait of Hormuz in the hands of Tehran, at least for Asia, and then secondarily for Europe. So that's just as much of a threat against Tehran as it is for all those other countries. And that type of messaging has simply not stopped since those countries refused to assist. Trump recognized he got trapped, called for help from his allies. Embarrassingly, they rejected him. And ever since then, Trump has been threatening Iran, but also all of them. We're going to hurt your long-term energy prices and supply by bombing Iran, letting them bomb the Gulf, and leaving the Strait of Hormuz in their control. In the meantime, he's been hedging now, or rather, I should say, everything has now become about opening up the strait, open it up or else, only for him today and his State Department and White House to start telegraphing, actually, we don't need the strait. Well, if we don't need the strait, then why are we waiting on them to make a deal to open it? And if we're willing to bomb Iran's energy, then why haven't we done it yet? And if we could open up the strait without our allies, then why do we still keep begging them for help? Yeah. Well, the answer is it's all a farce. This is all classic Trump. He is bluffing against Iran. He's bluffing against the Gulf. He's bluffing against Asia, and he's bluffing against Europe. Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, Kuwait, Bahrain, they all want Iran to get hit more before we leave. Trump is telling them, well, if you want to hit Iran more, then why don't you help? And these Asian and European countries, they want to make a deal. Trump is telling them, if you want the strait open so badly, then you need to help. And he's telling Iran, if you don't want us to actually visit destruction upon your country, then you should just cut us a deal. But he's creating options for himself. And if none of these come through, or to whatever extent help is contributed, Trump is preparing for a ground incursion in Iran. And that seems to be the ultimate play. How are we going to exit without giving Iran the straight? Exit without losing our deterrence and our credibility and legitimacy? It is by winning a decisive battle against Iran, taking hostage something they can't live without, and that's Karg Island, or it's an attempt to reopen the strait through military force. And I continue to believe that until that happens, it's about as transparent as it can get, which is that they're buying time, leveraging allies as they prepare all the way to retake those islands unilaterally with this Marine force, reinforce it with the paratroopers, and then ground forces from the rest of the infantry. I think that's the play. And if it wasn't, you would see Trump act in other ways. There would be other actions. You would expect other messaging from the White House. So I still think that's the way it's headed. And I have to say, it's not going to go the way you think. This is a terrible idea. And earlier I alluded to this, and this is the last thing I'll say about this operation. This is a trap by Iran, but it's nested inside of a trap which is laid by Israel. It's a trap from both countries. Now, you have to go back to the strategic objectives of all the parties involved. Iran wants survival. Israel wants regime change. They are in a fundamental tension. Israel wants Iran to be destroyed. Well, Iran wants not to be destroyed. So Iran has developed strategic weapons. Their nuclear hedge, their missile arsenal, their drone and missile industry, as well as the proxy network. Well, these capabilities have now brought the United States into the equation because these capabilities threaten Israel necessarily. And that doesn't mean that Iran will use them offensively or aggressively, but it does mean every weapon has a deterrent as well as an offensive capability. You can't distinguish between the two. The United States has nuclear missiles. You could just as easily say those exist to deter Russia as you can say they exist to destroy Russia, because ultimately deterrence is the threat of destruction. So because Iran has this stockpile of strategic weapons, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, drones, nuclear enrichment, as well as the proxies, it necessarily threatens the regional order because it puts the Gulf countries in those concentric circles of the range of those weapons, as well as Israel and U.S. bases. So this is where we are brought into the equation. Now, fundamentally, we are brought into this equation because of Israel. Israel seeks Iran's destruction. So Iran has to invest all of its resources in these deterrent weapons. And that is what draws in the United States to counter those weapons, either by destroying them or through diplomacy. And this has been the triangulation from the beginning. Now, Israel is seeking Iran's destruction, but those weapons stand in the way. And those weapons do a very good job at deterring Israel, because Israel can never regime change Iran by itself. Why? Well, we're seeing why. Because Iran is a huge country with 90 million people, 4 times the size of Iraq, mountains and desert. They've got a middle class, a big economy, oil rich. They've got allies in Russia and China. Israel, a nation of 9 million people, could never step to Iran. And they especially can never step to Iran when Iran has them encircled by Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Shiite militias in other countries, and especially not when Iran has 3,000 missiles. That if it were a war only between Tel Aviv and Tehran, Iran would wipe Israel out with that missile arsenal. So Israel has to bring in the United States to destroy those weapons, to render Iran defenseless, so that the U.S. and Israel can topple Iran. But here's the rub. The United States does not necessarily want to topple Iran. Again, the only interest for the United States is we cannot tolerate the existence of those weapons. As long as those missiles exist, we have to assume they're pointed at Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and Israel. As long as that enrichment exists, we have to assume they are pursuing a weapon of mass destruction. And this affects us. So we are brought in to destroy the weapons, but we're not married to the idea of toppling the government. So Israel, their trap is to draw us in to a existential total war with Iran with the weapons as the bait. And this is what they've done. So for example, last year, when we bombed Iran the first time, what was the pretext? We bombed Iran in Midnight Hammer because Israel provoked a war with Iran and couldn't finish their attack on Iran's nuclear complex. Where they're enriching the uranium, it's too far underground for Israel to reach. They don't have the ordnance to destroy it. And so you could say that Israel started the job, and initiating that hostility meant that Iran would accelerate their race towards a nuclear bomb. If Israel bombs their nuclear facilities, well, what's Iran going to do? They're going to speed run to a nuclear bomb to actualize their deterrent. But because Israel couldn't finish the job, it forced the United States to intervene. By starting something Israel couldn't finish, by hitting those weapons, which are use them or lose them, Iran recognized in that moment they would either break out and become a nuclear power, or they would lose deterrence and they would get bombed all the time by Israel and the United States. And Israel could not prevent them from breaking out after that point. They triggered a countdown timer, and that meant the United States had to jump in. Israel can't finish the job, but they initiated the countdown to an Iranian bomb. It made it urgent. And so they drew us in with the nuclear program. We didn't necessarily go in to topple Iran's regime. We went in to prevent a nuclear breakout. So we dropped a couple of bombs at Midnight Hammer, and we weren't happy about it. Trump came out and said, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I can't believe it. Fine, we bombed them once. Are you happy? But of course, what did that do? It started a different timer, because once we bombed Iran the first time, Iran expelled all the IAEA inspectors. They refused to negotiate any further, and they redoubled their efforts to build missiles. If they couldn't access the uranium, then they would build 300 to 500 missiles per month. And so they expanded their missile arsenal, replenished it, and maybe increased it since the war. So then Netanyahu came to Washington and said, now Iran has missiles. They're going to use missiles against us. And if we don't act, they're going to use them against us in the United States. Famously, Rubio said days after the war started, Israel was planning yet another preemptive attack, and if they attacked their missiles, they couldn't finish the job, and those missiles would be used against U.S. positions or the Gulf. So that's why we had to go in. Okay, so here we go again to bomb Iran's missiles. Again, it's their weapons. We were drawn in first to bomb the nukes, but it sealed our fate. Then we were brought in to bomb their missiles, just the missiles, and it sealed our fate. Now we're stuck. Why? Because now that we've gone whole hog, like we talked about earlier, this was a killing blow. This was attempted murder. We tried to kill everyone in Iran's regime and decapitate their government.
And we snuck up.
So now they have to make it as miserable as possible so that we don't do it again, to deter us in the future. That's what deterrence is. It deters future aggression. We say we tried and failed. It didn't work. And next time we think about trying something like that again, we'll remember how badly it went, how economically it devastated us. So maybe we'll think twice about another, decapitation, decisive strike on Iran. That's what Iran has to do. So now we're stuck. But we're truly stuck because, like we talked about before, if we leave this conflict, we can only do so on Iran's terms. That means it's a strategic victory for them. That means they are emboldened, their regime is fortified, their people have rallied around it, and the regime is only just going to get to work preparing for the next war. So we've only just reset the existing timer. They're going to build more missiles, they're going to try to recover the uranium, and we can't just restart the hostilities because it'll be deja vu all over again. So we'll have to watch them do it all over again until once again, it's too late. So there's really no exit ramp. But this was by design. Israel wanted us stuck so that the only way out is to devastate their regime.
Just to go through.
And so Israel is actually whispering in Trump's ear, and they're telling Trump, you have to invade Karg Island. You have to take the islands in the Strait of Hormuz. And the Gulf countries are telling Trump, you have to finish the job. You have to destroy Iran. Now, why are they telling Trump to do this? Because they know that if we invade the islands, a lot of Americans are going to die. And we may or may not be successful. And if we're not successful, well, now we're really stuck. We're stuck now because they're making gas a little bit too expensive. What happens when we try to invade an island and they kill 100 Americans or 1,000 Americans, God forbid? And what if we don't even take the island? You thought it would be humiliating to leave now? You thought we lost our deterrent credibility before? Wait until that happens. What do you think the options are after this operation fails? And surely, what else could be the outcome? If Iran can continue to hit the Persian Gulf and the Gulf Cooperation Council, if they can bomb one of our AWACS in Saudi Arabia with precision, what makes you think they can't hit their own island? What makes you think they can't hit the islands in the Strait? Of course they could do it. And how are Marines going to survive? We won't even send our carriers into the Persian Gulf. We won't send our destroyers into the Persian Gulf. The U.S. Navy is 3,000 kilometers away from the Persian Gulf because we know we're going to get hit if we even get close. So how's a Marine going to land on Karg Island and they're going to be okay? They're not. And Israel knows that. And that's why they're drawing us in. Step by step. First it was the nukes. Then it was the missiles. Now it's the Strait. Then it'll be avenging those Americans that were killed. And Iran still is capable of escalating. What happens after we fail to take the island? And maybe we just unleash more air power on Iran. What happens then when the Iraqi militias join the fight? Has anyone even thought of that? You know, Iraq is a majority Shiite nation. So is Bahrain. So what happened? And so is, by the way, Saudi Arabia's eastern province where all the oil is. So what happens when the Houthis close the Red Sea? What happens when the Houthis bomb Saudi Arabia? What happens when the Shiites in Saudi's eastern province and Bahrain and Iraq, what happens when they get restive? What happens when they storm the consulate or embassy in Baghdad and fucking kill everybody? What happens when an all-out war breaks out between the U.S. position in Erbil and the Shiite militias headquartered in Baghdad or elsewhere in Iraq? What happens then? Well, I don't think anyone's even thinking of that. And so you think this is going to be a 2-week war, 4-week war, 2 more months to stop the spread, whatever. People are saying there's peace talks. Trump is going to leave without opening the Strait. None of that makes sense. All of this is pointing towards regime change one way or another. Either Trump is going to bite the bullet and we're going to try to retreat with honor, in which case we'll be back. We'll be back. Israel is going to unload on them in the final however many hours of the conflict, and they're going to cripple Iran's economy. Iran's command and control is already defective, and they're just going to sit back while Mossad goes to work, and they're going to wait for the civil war in 6 to 9 months. Or Trump is going to escalate, try to invade one of the islands on the ground. If it goes well, if it doesn't go well, casualties are going to be high. It's only going to draw us further in, and that's the whole point of it. And it just seems like now there's no way to go. There's no way out of this other than through this. People are saying, call your congressman, call your senator, and say what? What are you going to tell them that's going to be more persuasive than AIPAC's money? Remember when everybody said AIPAC isn't a big deal, the dental lobby's more powerful? Go ahead. Call your Republican congressman. Call your Republican congressman, your Republican senator. Remember Thomas Massey said every Republican in Congress has an AIPAC guy? Go ahead. Call him. Call him stupid goy. Light up the phone lines. Say, hey, we should not bomb Iran or whatever. Go fucking tell somebody who cares. You'd be better off telling Grok. Hey, Grok, we shouldn't go to war. You better tell Grok at this point. You'd be better off. Maybe that'd be a more productive use of your time. They say, light up the switchboards. Call Congress. Too late. Too late. We're stuck. There's no off-ramp. They're not going to open up the strait. We're not going to be able to liberate it. I don't even see how that's possible. And as you know, Israel is still hell-bent on getting the regime change they want, and they're going to get it one way or the other. So that's why I say pray for Iran, pray for the designs of the Jews to fail. That's all we could do. Iran is fighting for the whole world right now. And don't get me wrong, I'm not praying for more casualties. I want that to stop. I want the United States to be finished. But Iran right now is fighting for all of humanity. They really are. In a way, they're fighting for us. Because if Iran falls, it means Israel controls the entire Middle East. And the power that Iran exercises over the Strait, over the Red Sea, that's what Israel wants. That's what Israel's playing for. They want that power over our government. They want that power over the Gulf. They want that power over all the trade, all the commerce, all the supply chains, everything that goes through the Middle East. They want all of it. And never forget, they are a nuclear-armed intelligence superpower with a fifth column in the United States, Europe, Russia.
That's a scary
Increasingly, they're spreading their tentacles even into Asia.
Ugh.
If Iran can't shut them down, nobody can. Trump can't or won't. The United States can't. Russia can't. Europe can't. It is literally Iran, a country that has turned itself into a fortress for this eventuality. They're fighting for all of us. Iran is fighting for all the Goyim.
40 years.
Make no mistake about it. If we, the United States, were challenging Israel the way Iran is, they would be murdering us too. They'd be bombing our schools. They'd be assassinating our leaders. They'd be killing our soldiers. They'd be doing the same thing. Everyone that stands in their way, they give the Gaza treatment. Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Iran. It's not Iran they're after. Israel is after you. Iran is just in the way. Never forget that. Israel is not after Iran and the Ayatollah. Israel is after you. It's just Iran that is in the way. So say some prayers for the Islamic Republic of Iran. We don't agree on everything, but we agree on one thing. The Zionist occupation regime has to be stopped. And that's enough for me. They're fighting for all the marbles out there. Anyway, that's that. We're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say. It's true. It's true. Our president will not stand up to Israel. Nobody does. Trump won't do it. Matt Walsh won't do it. Nobody will stand up to Israel, but Iran is. And for that,
the world is
they have my support. Them. I do pray, though, that the United States
hope we get out okay.
leaves. I don't want... Americans should not die in Iran. No. Who is sending them there? Israel and America. Our treacherous, occupied regime.
Mandarins.
These are the people that are sending Americans to die. I don't want them to die.
Stupid
But they are being used. So, because I know people are going to say, he's rooting for the enemy. He's rooting for our enemies. I'm rooting for Iran to survive this war of aggression visited upon them by Israel and the United States. I am, actually. I'm rooting for them to survive. Jewish power must be vetoed in this instance. All right, but we're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. Hopefully, we have a working super chat app tonight. Looks like we're good. We had some problems last week. All right, let's take a look. We'll see what we got here.
Hoosier Grow Hyper sent $20. Make a topical series for newbies. I know when I got red pilled it would have helped. Would avoid same super chats every night. Young Groip Clip sent $20.
Okay.
Without racial white supremacy ideology you would not have Jewish supremacy. Grand Muftis Negro.
Yeah, it's getting really... I don't know what his problem is, man. It's just every fucking day now. Well, what is going on with this guy? What are we crying about today? Racism, racism, white supremacy. What? It's actually insane. It's every day now with this guy. It's like a fucking BLM rally. Am I watching the NFL? I mean, he's gone a little bit too far in the other direction. Was red pill, now blue pill. Every show now, racism is the root of all evil. I hate racism and white supremacy. It's like, time to change the channel. What the fuck? Holy, bro, Dean Withers, if you can hear me, what did you do to Sneeko? Every day now, is he just rage baiting me? I feel like he's just rage baiting me at this point, every night. Racial supremacy is the root of all evil. It certainly is not. I think it certainly is not. I think it's pride, selfishness, something like that. I see where he's going with it, but it's just wrong. White supremacy and racism. Get a load of this. Holy. Yeah, I don't know, man. He's like emboldened. It's like people are mad at him and he's just leaning in. Like, yeah, I'm anti-racist now. We're going to see him with George Floyd out there.
Hogan Respecter sent $20. You and 2008 Chris Jericho are the best in the world at what you do.
Yeah, very good. Well done.
Sneeko's favorite chair sent $20. Did you notice Sean Strickland's criticism on Trump and J.D. Vance? He follows you on X. Collab/spar soon. Avenge Sneeko?
Yeah, I'm going to fight Sean Strickland. Sounds like a great idea.
Roy by the Box sent $20. Yay is so back. Was fully expecting you to hop on the album and hit us with that. Let's look at the stats. I've got the facts.
Oh, yeah, like the Tom McDonald thing. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Bully is pretty good. I've been enjoying it.
Dragonborn 0x sent $100. Lost 20 pounds since January, and when you said we need to ascend, body feels better than ever. Thanks for the motivation, boss. Thumbs up emoji.
Hey, glad to hear it. Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah. You got it, bud. Glad to hear it. Body feels better than ever, he says. Amazing. Happy to do it.
Person of interest sent $30. Break glass to rape Sneeko.
Yeah, in case of emergency, in case of in case of brown clownery, break glass. Break tooth. No, don't say. No. Come on. He took one for the team that night. He's going to be. I feel like it's so hard because I feel like no matter what I say, he gets mad. It's kind of like I'm walking on eggshells all the time. In case of brown clownery, break front tooth. No, but it's not. Come on. It's just joshing you. I'm going to get a text. I'm going to hear about this later. In case of emergency, Superman punched this brown clown. No. No, we can't say. It was at my event, so I actually feel bad about that. But it's like, bro, you're not helping me. The Groypers are like hating Sneeko, and I'm trying so hard, but he doesn't make it easy on us.
Line Dancing Nick sent $100. Hey, Nick, guy from last week. How could you not have heard about Line Dancing Nick? I got this Instagram channel where you dance with Clev, Brett Cooper, Candace, Epstein, Ye, Charlie Kirk, Andrew Tat.
Another hilarious.
Cubby1369Y sent $20. Can we table the degradation of the American Empire for one evening and do reaction pod for Bully? What's your favorite track on the new record? Mine is All the Love. Maybe. I
don't know, man. I don't know. I haven't listened to it enough times.
American Empire Grower % $20. Hypothetically, if global Jewry/Israel didn't exist, would you be pro-U.S. imperialism in the me or only Monroe/our hemisphere?
It would just be different in that event. I mean, I'm in favor of U.S. imperialism altogether, but let's be honest. The only reason we're at war with Iran is because of Israel. So I have no problem with making deals, which is what we do with Saudi Arabia, with Pakistan, with Egypt. Make a deal with Iran. But we cannot do that because Israel wants them gone.
Kamani Banging 72 Nick sent $50. Nick, did you see Jaden Ivey from Chicago Bulls got released after saying homosexuality is sin and Christ is king? And of course the Bulls owner is a Jew as well as the NBA commissioner. Well.
Wow, that's crazy. That's totally crazy. Yeah, it's because he's a blue pill Jewish degenerate. Oh, so true.
Duba sent $20.
So true,
Do you
so
ever hear
true.
the super chat voice in your dreams? I imagine you having a Candace Owens sex dream and you wake up gasping in a cold sweat after she turns. Coria 6 sent $20. If clavicular sprinter vans somebody's girl for one night and doesn't talk to her again, then she's the only one that loses. Clav is out here doing favors using disloyal hose.
Yeah.
Ushav Vance from IT sent $20. Thoughts on Bully?
I like it. It's great.
G Money sent $20. Thoughts on the Gerald R. Ford fire being mutiny? Isn't that what happened to the USS Bonhomme Richard in 2020? People really don't want to go die for Jews. Thanks for all you do. Stay safe.
I think that's retarded. Someone in my group chat said that they're like, the USS Ford got taken out of commission because the sailors mutinied. Yeah, I don't think so. That just sounds retarded.
Rover sent $30. Elon changing the algorithm to include Japanese Twitter on the timeline is slop.
Did he? I didn't even notice.
Non-Roderick Roy sent $20. I'm black, and I understand this is a primarily white movement. It just gives me a sense of purpose and belonging. God bless.
Hey man, as long as we're all behaving, I'm fine with that. You know, and I appreciate that. As long as you get it, that it's a pro-white movement, as long as you're not obnoxious, and we're fine with that. I mean, I really don't hate black people. You really get irritated by them niggas, you know? I went to dinner the other night. Big mistake. Went to dinner last night with my family. We went to a steakhouse near the mall. Big mistake. You guys pilled on this? You know what I'm about to say? I don't know. Maybe my parents just don't know ball like that, but we go to one of these fancy steakhouses by the mall.
First mistake.
And it was James Franco, Planet of the Apes. I mean, it was the most ridiculous fucking thing you've ever seen. And I remember texting my parents saying, like, I don't have anything clean. Is there a dress code? All I have is like a hoodie to wear. I said, should I buy a collared shirt? I said, you know what? I'll take a chance. Because they got like a dress code, you know? Oh, I should have known. They go in there. There's no fucking rules. There's no rules. There's no decorum. It's a total free-for-all. You might as well call it Rainforest Cafe. Capitol Grill. I thought this is like Rainforest Cafe. Except what happened to all the other animals? What happened to the toucans? Where's the decorations? They just left some of the other stuff. It was the most ridiculous fucking thing. And normally I just avoid. I go to places where they are not, but it's like screaming, talking so loud, so obnoxious, fat, morbidly obese, ass hanging out, tits hanging out, yelling across the room, yelling at the waiter. Oh, and they probably tip 1%.
If that.
If they're lucky, if they tipped it off, they paid.
Yeah.
This is why we can't have nice things.
It is.
And I almost think they deliberately put us there because it was almost like there was a white section and a black section. It was like the black people were all the way over here and the rest of the restaurant was white people. And we got the show. We had a front row seat to,
nice.
What are these new movies called? What are they called? Kong Island or whatever. We got a front row seat to the monster movie. Holy. So it's just, that's so uncalled for. It really is. Fucking behave. I don't got a problem with black people for being black. I have black friends. It's
Same
fine.
Here.
Everybody should have a problem with that kind of behavior, that kind of screaming and carrying on. That's what makes people want to segregate. Nobody wants to be around that.
People don't want their kids to be around.
You go out for a nice night. You're at a fancy restaurant. You're paying a lot of money. You want everybody to be dressed appropriately, acting appropriately, using inside voices. Is that too much to ask? And they wonder why we want to segregate. Nobody wants to live like that. Nobody wants to live like that. How much of a premium would you pay to travel, dine, live, work away from black people? Because I would pay a 50% premium if it was all white people. And people say, but it's not, but all black people aren't like that. White people are like that too. Yeah, but we all know that if it's 0% black and 100% white, you're going to get a fuckload less of that nonsense. Everyone knows that, and everyone would pay more for that. Imagine an airport, no blacks. Imagine a restaurant, no blacks. Imagine a neighborhood, no blacks. A liquor store, no blacks. You wouldn't have to bolt the ATM to the wall. You wouldn't have to put a glass pane in front of the gas station window. You wouldn't have to lock up the shampoo and conditioner. You could actually have nice things. We could actually live like fucking human beings and not animals. You wouldn't have to put a metal cage around the liquor store because they're going to drive through the window. It's so bad. So bad. So I got, that was my little treat. As a treat. We had that as a treat the other night. Little front row seat. Thought it was a Lincoln Park Zoo. It was insane. I'm sure the bill was $500 you pay for that bullshit. It's just so ridiculous. Anyway, so what was the question? So that's what I have a problem with. And everybody's sick. Everybody's sick of it. Everybody is sick of that behavior. In the old days, people would want to post this clip and say, get a load of this guy. Now everybody's fucking agreeing. Now everybody's saying, hell yeah. Finally, someone said it. Because it's enough already. It's so enough. My advice to black people is just don't do that. Just don't do that. Dress appropriately. Speak correctly. Come correct, as you people like to say. Just come correct. And nobody's going to have a problem. But I have no tolerance for that now. It's unbelievable. Anyway.
It's just a shitty attitude.
Nick, I prayed for Sneeko, but now he's called me satanic lol.
Okay.
Barfano O delay sent $20. The shilling on X seems more prolific lately, but also they are less engaging. It's almost like auto posting and response bots. Admittedly, I'm guilty of provocative baiting, but it's less fun with chat.
Okay, thanks for telling me.
Joy Wins sent $20. If Marines can't open the strait, will the global economy start to collapse? Qatar's helium plant dark since March 2nd. Asian FABs done this week. Data centers plus I stocks. Oil shock, fertilizer, etc.
So you already know. I mean, why are you asking me? Bro said, tell me about the economic ramifications, like helium, like the rest of, like, okay, so you already know.
Yeah, for real.
So why are you asking me?
Taco Dog sent $20. Just because I love my wang. I shed blood for my wang, let a wang holla. Where my wang? Get down or lay down. All I want to hear is. Joy Wins sent $20. Hitler went crazy. Alexander went crazy. How do we know you won't?
I'm going to. I just am.
Right. He's trying to be in their company.
I just am. It seems to be the inevitable endpoint because of nonsense like
Diddy
this.
Sprinkles sent $50. Nick is right about everything. The only thing he ever lied about is the show's start time. If that is the worst it gets, I think we can all live with that. Right. Retard Mode sent $20. I just discovered this guy Cenk Uygur the other day. Do you think he is a groiper? He seems Rape Vivek Ramaswamy with Sok Groiper sent $20. You were right about eating box. If a woman has HPV, you can get cancer from that. Mr. Spleen sent $30. Nicholas, your show on Friday was a banger, but Klob was right. Lincoln Park is good. God bless. Unity Not Diversity sent $50. Brzezinski said U.S. power depends on arbitrating Eurasia. After this war, with alliances fraying, choke points weaponized, and Russia/China/Iran aligning, what order emerges in 10 to 15 years?
Brzezinski, that's hilarious. After this war, what order emerges in? Well, it's the multipolar world, obviously. It's U.S., China, India, Russia. Maybe Europe comes together as a bloc, and it's more of what we've been seeing for the past 4 years since Ukraine.
Simba sent $25. Watch La La Land tonight. Really took my mind off how badly I want to rape Sneeko for all the coal posting. Big Bald Groiper sent $25. Heading out to basic training TMRW. First, don't know. I appreciate all you do. Can't wait to see your show again when I come back. Sneering face emoji.
Right. right. For when you come back. Yes. Well, hey, we'll be waiting. We'll be waiting. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. We're going to go to Disney World. When you come back, man, it's going to be great.
Pasta sent $50.
And we're praying for you, buddy.
Pasta sent $50. And then I said, dang shoddy, you're going crazy on it. Giving it that animal soul, not a bot. And Tucker Carlson was there too. He said to her, you've been a bad girl and need a spanking. Growy Pie Pasta sent $50. The non-Hasids are the biggest goyim of all? Laura Loomer's dog Bold Roy sent $20. Women are so self-centered that they're incapable of being objective about anything. They always make it about themselves somehow. It kind of reminds me of Sneeko. RFM4NJF. Liam MC Knight sent $25. What do you think of Promethean action? LaRouche people. Best X account I've ever seen, and it's all old white women like Susan Kakinda who have been doing this since the 70s. I am a sustainer.
I don't know him. Not aware.
Yusuf Ikoda sent $20. Heading to basic training tomorrow at Fort Benning for the Army. Thank you for helping me find my faith again, Nick, and getting my life on the right path. Always America first and Jesus is king.
Hey, Latin well, good luck, buddy. Good luck. W.
Propeller Dog sent $100. Contact your congressman. Say you won't be voting, and that if even one American is sent to Iran, you'll vote blue. They can't bleed votes forever. Your vote is your leverage. Force them to earn it.
Oh, you're funny. Thank you for the big super chat. You're really funny. Yeah, then tell them that. Yeah. Right. We're going to pressure them on Twitter. All right, everybody, get your Twitter accounts. Pick up those phones. Right? It's like American Idol. Yeah, just text no Iran to 222. Okay. You're in denial, buddy. You're in denial. You're delusional. You're living in la la land. There is nothing that can be done at this point. It's over. Call your local congressman. Just stop with that. It's over. Time for that was years ago. Contact your congressman. Say that even if one American dies, I'm not going to vote. Yeah, right. Then you're going to do a rain dance? Huh? Then you're going to go and do a rain dance? You're going to go and pray to the sky for rain, for fertility? Dumbass! You might as well. Yeah, go say some magical incantation. Go wave some sticks around with the tribal elders, dumbass. It's over. What can be done now? It's in God's hands. God runs the world. It's in God's hands. Call your congressman. Don't make me laugh, dude. That's hilarious. Sure thing, pal. Then what are we going to do? Boycott Bud Light? We're not going to buy Bud Light? Shut up. Just stop playing. Stop playing games like that and grow up. Time to grow up, buddy. Click your heels 3 times. I wish there was no war in Iran. I wish there was no... No. Sorry. The best you could do, get your daughters, get your wife, get your wife's boyfriend. Okay, get together and watch some Pixar on Disney+. That's all you could do. She's going to whip you up some buffalo something and ranch dressing. Ew. Get your daughters and their boyfriends. Get your wife and her boyfriend. Have a little feast, and then watch your Pixar movies, okay? Go watch Monsters, Inc. again.
Wow. Well said.
All right? And just try to enjoy the last days before our faces melt off because Israel nukes us.
Robbie sent $50. I went to my first Catholic church service and I loved it. I was baptized in a Baptist church. Do I need to get rebaptized? Am I not allowed to receive the Eucharist? I did. Any advice would help.
Google it. I don't know. What do you think this is? Catholic hotline? I don't know the rules. What does this look like? Frequently asked questions? So, Nick, I was born Baptist, was baptized. Now I'm what am I, the help desk? You see, am I wearing a hat with a question mark like Club Penguin? Do I look like a tour guide? Am I wearing a hat? Am I wearing a fedora with a question mark? Is my baptism valid? I don't know. Google it. Ask Catholic Answers. Man. I don't know. I didn't convert. I was born Catholic, and that is what I know.
Newy C5 sent $20. Love the fit tonight. Pretty fly for a white guy. You've got to keep the beard, man.
Think so? Does the beard mog? Hey, let me let me know. What do you think? Does the beard mog? Let me know in the comments below.
Does mogging matter if you don't get pussy?
I don't know.
Like, what's the point of mogging if you're not doing it too?
Some people love it. Some people love it. Some people really hate it.
GE Narration Zealot sent $20. Matt Walsh has blasphemed against the prophet clavicular. PBUH. You must place a fatwa on his head. Also, he's propping up J-Clang. Okay. The girl dads must be stopped.
Okay.
This dog hunts 988 sent $20. My bitch loves black ass Candace. Swears she can do no wrong. So, this niggy had to buy 2 of the Candace shirts. Grow Ypres Eternal. Thanks Fuentes. Stellar execution, as always. Griffith Sama sent $20. Abandon this war. Forget the straight we are #1 producer, just sell to Japan our Twitter besties. Remove dependency on Middle East combat Israel's master plan. Rabbis get out Jude.
Yeah, they didn't think of that.
Call DeGroy sent $20. Nice. Remember when you squandered the Epstein files? A slam dunk for your message. To sell retarded quarter zips.
Thanks for the strategic advice. Yeah, they're eating people's fecal matter out of their intestines and... They're time traveling vampires.
Dave Smith is a good 1 cent 20.
I should have went with that.
Dave Smith is a good 1 cent $20.
So
what convinced you Austrian economists are incorrect? I think the 92 Rothbard Buchanan Paleo Alliance should be reforged to back an AF candidate in 28. Thoughts on closed borders? Austrians like hobby?
Because it just doesn't work.
Christian sent $50. Boomer Islam
Jay's just trying to sound
abuse strictly
smart.
prohibited. Women's status greatly increased. Islam. Local customs can overrule. Burqa, pre-Islamic status symbol, politicized later. Can suggest AI prompts.
No, fuck Islam.
Sosco Dadrian sent $20. How many push-ups did you do today? Blitzkrieg sent $20. Walsh and Knowles are coming to my university next month. Should I question Walsh about his change in position regarding Iran?
It doesn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't matter.
License to Wheel sent $25. Have you shifted your opinion on why so many Jews are anti-Russia at all? You have said that Jews aren't opposed to Putin and that he is an ally, but the same Jews pushing the USA into Iran are the exact same ones who pushed the USA to support Ukraine. Why do you suppose that is? Cooper says Ukraine is captured by Israel.
That isn't really true, though. Many of the Jews pushing us to war in Iran are pro-Russia. Israel's pro-Russia. Zelensky did not visit Israel this weekend because Israel will not help Ukraine, because they have effectively traded. They will not support Ukraine as long as Russia does not give more support to Iran and Syria or intervene in Israel's conflicts. So that's just not really true.
American Cancel sent $20. RIP and justice for Rachel Corrie. Praying gesture emoji. Dove emoji. Won't ever see Matt Walsh cover that story.
I'm not familiar with that
Robert
one.
Pierce sent $20. He didn't shave the beard. Let's go. Sexy ass nigga. Not that I'm a homosexual or anything. Dusomnia official sent $33. Not to be anti-Semitic or anything, but Jewish people. Tucker Carlson laugh. Emerald sent $50. Israel used precision weapons to take out a fucking orphanage today. A girl's school, civilian food. We are disgusting. This is what we've become. While Trump dances. This is what pure evil is. Sick.
Okay.
Blendercart sent $20. We should just deport all the brown people to Africa. Ty sent $25. The pictures of Lindsey Graham at Disney World alone are insane. LMFAO. What a pedo judd. This is Maggie's guy.
That's kind of funny. It's kind of fun. Like Lindsey Graham gets a war with Iran. What does he do? Go to Disney World? It's like well, it's true. He won the Super Bowl, you know?
He's an old queen.
Okay, Lindsey Graham, you just got a war with Iran. What are you going to do now? I'm going to Disney World. Like it's beyond parody.
Wow.
Like what else? What else could he actually ask for? He won. Lindsey Graham won, and Trump let him win. He got a war with Iran. He got Venezuela captured. Now he's in Disney World eating Mickey Mouse ice cream. Well, you are crying about oil prices, but gas is $5 a gallon. And he's like, dude, I'm eating a corn dog right now. He's at Epcot. He's doing the Epcot flight, the Epcot drink flight. And you're crying about gas prices.
Canned Acidic Tucker Slim sent $20. Hope Matt has a road to Damascus moment and leave Daily Wire.
Grow up. Grow up. Grow up. I hope Matt Walsh has a road to Damascus moment.
Fuck him. Who cares?
Just please. It's like it actually hurts. You're coping so much.
Kokomo Chut Punching Niggas in Orlando endorsed by Fishback at Taco Bell. Grower percent $20. Alfonso Matarella for Kokomo, Indiana. U.S. outlying islands emoji.
All right.
Shabbos Little Boy sent $20. You're King Baldwin IV and Sneeko is Saladin.
Daring today, aren't we?
Groipa CA sent $20.
Great. Like the meme.
Groipa
You like
CA
the cushy guy.
Don't want to vote Dem. They're loony. But the only other option is to outdonate Miriam May and Larry E. So voting Dem.
Great.
Jesse Lee Peterson Vaughn sent $100. You forgave your mother? You went to her? You told her you were sorry for resenting her for turning you into a beta? If you forgive your mother, it won't hurt when you lift weights and you can be an alpha, like Christ.
Amazing. Great. Thank you for the big super chat. Appreciate
Waste
it.
Roy percent $20. Do you like Oingo Boingo? Alfonso Matarella Mogzal sent $20. It's time to bring God back to America. Remember the name Alfonso Paul Matarella. Fishback X Matarella.
It's just
God
like,
was Nick.
It gets to a point. Like, we raised the limit to $20. Niggas are sending $20 to send this nonsense. We need to bring God back to America. So true, so true.
Salty Gabel sent $100. 9 to 5 unk. Been here since Groiper War. Proud of you.
Hey, thank you for the big super chat. Appreciate it. 9 to 5 unk, huh? Life is truly hell, is it not? 9 to 5 unk. That's hey, we're all headed there.
So once sent $20.
Eventually.
Your mom died in the Glove cost $6 million lost to the Sprinter van. For genetically superior men, the Y in your girl is silent. Trevor B25 sent $20. So new evidence is released in court case showing the bullet that killed Charlie Kirk doesn't match the rifling of the alleged weapon. You probably haven't seen this yet. What's your opinion?
Yeah, they just fucking lied, dipshit. It was in the Daily Mail. Literally in the tabloids. They said the bullet doesn't match. In the headline, if you read the lead, they said the bullet could not be identified with certainty. Those are two different things. The bullet didn't match. Aha, the Illuminati planted the wrong gun. Whoops. The gun they planted on the land owned by Palantir was the wrong gun for the fucking energy weapon they shot him with. Yeah, no, they just lied, and the headline misrepresents the information. The legal defense for Tyler Robinson, which makes sense, said the bullet couldn't be identified, not that it doesn't match. Stupid. Yeah, I just read the article. I don't know, read the article closely.
Evil nigga mark.
Like with your eyes, read the words and understand what they
Evil
mean.
nigga mark from NJ sent $20. Yo nigga, me and my cousin bought those quarter zips. Waiting for them to ship. Dumb base nigga. Headaches. Any books I should read? Okay. EO Grow sent $100. Vote Alfonso Maltarella.
Okay, whatever. Thank you for the big super chat.
Plaza Stop Bullying Sneeko sent $20. Big bro, can you hook a young nigga up with some tickets to the Ye concert in Cali? Trump's economy is kicking. Maryland First 4411 sent $20. Jared Taylor is speaking at a college on the eastern shore of Maryland in April. Thoughts?
Good for him.
St. Christopher sent $20. Trump labeled the cartel a terrorist.
We love Jared. I was going to say, what's the speech going to be about? Black people are dumb. But we did that. We love Jared. I trolled him a little bit. He was a good sport about it. I did this bit a few months ago where I said, oh boy, a Jared Taylor speech. What did he talk about? Did he say that black people do all the crime and like white people need to get to? But I was just teasing. I was just joshing him. He was a good sport about it. He didn't clap back. So I'm not going to do it again because that was very gentlemanly. Because I was teasing him a little bit. It was a little mean. But we love Jared. He's pretty solid.
St. Christopher sent $20. Trump labeled the cartel a terrorist organization. They run Mex. How long before we do a regime change in Mexico? Trevor B25 sent $20. The patriot in me will be compelled to be in favor of complete victory against Iran if there is a mass casualty false flag attack. You're not always right sent $20. USA had companies operating on Karg Island that was taken by the state of Iran, which hit a Saudi oil refinery, our ally.
And what's the...
You're not always right sent $20. Iran hit our ally Saudi Arabia, one of our allies, on their oil refinery. Saudi Arabia did not forget. Threat to petrodollar.
Okay.
British Black Belt sent $20. Used to be envious of you guys for having Trump. Now you guys are envious of us for having Rupert Lowe. Hope you find your guy.
We are? Oh, I didn't catch that. Yeah, he's okay. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with that. It's crazy. I love when British people, we don't even think anybody here gives a fuck about that. Is it reform or restore? Niggas be like, yeah, you Americans are jealous of us. We don't even think about you. You think we give a shit about your pissant island? You have no empire. You have no ships. You got nothing. Oh, I bet you're jealous. I bet you're jealous of our prime minister. We didn't.
They got a lot of brown mouths.
We don't give a fuck. Well, tomorrow it's going to be something else. Reform, restore, redo, relive. What else? Like,
of them.
Stop. Just stop. We don't care, dude. We're America. Now you guys are envious of us. If we thought about you at all. If we even, you think anybody in this country wakes up and says, man, I wish it was like Britain. Just stop. Just eat your fucking beans on toast, dumbass.
Damn.
Just eat your fucking hate speech laws.
Chief Keef sent $20.
That's crazy. I love it's always these idiots from like Canada and Australia. What do you think about Australia?
Chief Keef sent $20.
We don't care.
Iran submarines are holding it down. Midget class or not. What are your submarines doing?
I know. Well, hey, they got more submarines than Ireland.
William sent $65.
I'll say that for
Never
free.
realized how hard streaming actually is. Thank you for all you do.
Hey, thanks. It is hard, isn't it? Thanks. A little appreciation. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks for blowing up my spot. You know, when I followed you on Twitter. Nice. Nah, but we love you. Virillium, really. The goat. The goat. The goat. Truly. No, but I appreciate that. Hey, you've been popping off. Credit where it's due. Credit where it's due. To borrow a phrase from Keith Woods. Keith Woods wants you to have all your credit. I just want you to know that. Keith Woods is very adamant that Virillium gets the credit he deserves because he just wants everyone to get the credit that's coming their way. So, no, but thanks, buddy. Shout out, really.
I could be your grandma sent $25.
The goat
Let's suppose that
ass.
I'm Iran.
Just teasing
I could be your grandma sent $25. Let's suppose that I'm Iran. I would absolutely force the president of the United States to publicly admit that Israel forced this war and that I was the one who had to sue for peace.
I'm going to, like, literally kill myself and all of you.
Bro Iper's mom sent $100.
Like, holy. If I was the president of Iran, I would make Trump watch Geopolitical battle. If I was president of Iran, I would definitely make them say Israel controls the government. Then what would you do? What would you do after that?
Bro Iper's mom sent $100.
Like literally kill yourself.
Bro Iper's
Please kill yourself.
Bro Iper's mom sent $100.
Thank you for the big super chat. No message.
Takes a lot of.
It's like Charlie Kirk on election night.
Stones to tell somebody to go kill themselves.
Knew we could do it. Appreciate it.
$100. Clocking the Vance political op with a grin, and these guys are up to something within hours of the Kent move. Such a W genius.
Thank you. I know. Thank you for the big super chat. So true. Did you see Whitney Webb? Whitney Webb crashing out. She's like, I don't drink red wine. Idiot. It's a joke. I said a few months ago, I said, Whitney Webb is so unprofessional. She gets on a Zoom call in like a cardigan or a hoodie. She gets on a Zoom call in a zip-up hoodie, sitting cross-legged on the couch with her fucking boyfriend, holding a glass like this, drinking red wine. And she's like, I do not drink red wine out of a glass. He lied about me. Hey, it's a joke, you dumb bitch. It's just a joke. Oh my gosh.
Relax.
Be more autistic. Be more of a chopped autistic hoe. That was, she crashed the fuck out. All I could do was laugh. Let me pull it up. So good. I can't believe she saw that. This bitch ignores me, then she's gonna crash out on me. Okay, I see. The only way to get through to some people is to rage bait them. That's the brutal reality. Sometimes the only way to get people to pay attention to what time it is a little rage bait. Got to stir the pot. She goes, you have it backwards. Nick Fuentes lies about me all the time. Like, he claims I'm unprofessional because I allegedly have a video podcast where I sit on my couch and drink, quote, red wine in a mug, even though I have no podcast and I don't even drink alcohol. He makes shit up about me and also attacked me for calling Kent an op, claiming I didn't bring up Teal-funded Kent when I clearly did in the clip. I know Fuentes has been, and blah, blah, blah. She goes on about this. But the red wine thing was super funny. I'm just painting a picture, idiot. She's sitting on her couch with her boyfriend in a fucking zip-up hoodie, Chopzilla. It's like she didn't even do her hair or anything. She didn't even do her makeup. She's got the I really don't care look going on. And I said, I imagine she's like holding a mug like this with red wine, talking about the Epstein files. It's like, wear a dress, idiot. Like, I don't know, wear something presentable. Can't you look more like Emily Jashinsky? Can't you put yourself together like Emily Jashinsky does? Can't you put yourself together like Crystal Ball? You fucking chophead. That's all I'm saying. Sheesh. I just said, why can't you get dolled up like Crystal Ball? Crystal Ball's an idiot. Just get dolled up like her. You think you're better than that? You're in show business, sweetheart. Ditch a Logitech webcam, get a producer, and put some makeup on. Put some makeup on. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, your take about Joe Kent was even more embarrassing than your look. That's all I said.
Nick's Beard sent $30. Used to listen to Mark and Ben. Believe what they said about you. It's been a month. How wrong they are. Keep the beard.
Who? I don't even know who that is, but
Master
thanks.
Yoda sent $20. The beard.
Oh, Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro got
Master Yoda sent $20. The beard. Or it has. A critical mass there exists. Find it you must. Continue to grow it. You should. Rena Groiper once sent $20. Russia seems to be the stronghold for a white Christian nation.
It's just like it never ends.
Groiper girl sent $20. When the beard makes a comeback, I just want to throw money at you. I would take one Nick Fuentes over 100 autistic clams.
You don't mean that. You don't really believe that. I know you're lying, but it's okay. I know you're just saying that, but it's okay. I've accepted it. It's fine.
Fattest in town sent $20. Admit that Candace Owens was right with Charlie Kirk.
She's wrong.
CJ.
Yeah. They were astral projecting.
CJ91 sent $20. We ship Clavicular and Wovicki right, fellas?
That was an interesting lineup.
Bro Iberstein the Destroyer sent $20. Alfonso Mattarella wants your book list and your endorsement for Kokomo, Indiana. Duct tape Sneeko to a hotel chair sent $20. I commend you for trying to save Sneeko from the Groiper curse. It is inevitable.
I'm trying, but he's not helping me.
Snook sent $20.
Thanks. It's like you're trying to rescue a drowning person and they keep kicking you and elbowing you in the face. It's like, dude, I'm trying to help.
Make consensual love to Sneeko sent $20. Rape Sneeko. Aho grow up sent $20. W show as always, Nick. Snake Wall needs to chill with all the coal. Do just be saying shit to say shit. Anyways, keep up with the great work.
Dude, it's bad. What did he tweet today? He has been on a generational coal run. Total coaler. Let me see. What did he... Anybody who believes in God can acknowledge that racism is bad. It's insane how saying racism is bad is a controversial take. He says, the first ever racist was Satan. What else? Yeah. It's like, dude, put the phone down.
Born 23 cent $20. You inspired me to start my own engineering firm. We are America first. Also join the $100 per month club. Yeah, keep the beard.
Thanks for the support. Appreciate
Propeller
it.
Dog sent $20. I apologize for my previous goitarded statement. I forgot that I was a goitarded and thought there was hope before you reminded me that it is in fact over. There is no political solution.
Okay.
Faith Merrill is a nice young lady sent $20. A bullet not matching a gun is almost never admissible in a court case due to the claim being scientifically unreliable. Federal Rule of Evidence 702. But Candace will still make $4 million off this BS news.
Complete garbage.
Jonathan Reader 33 sent $20. You think if Frito-Lay didn't exist, there wouldn't be so many fat minorities here? Ryan Northcott sent $20. My best friend who's black told me yesterday that all white people should have some form of white guilt towards slavery. I couldn't believe it, TBH lol. Thoughts?
Really?
Canuck sent $20. Oh, Azalea. In another life.
You see that? Interesting.
Orange County Grow I percent $20. Do you think there's anything?
If anybody's got a crush on me, whoa. Before we all die in a nuclear war, does anyone want to admit they have a crush on me?
Orange County Grow.
Thanks. Appreciate
Orange
it.
County Grow I percent $20. Do you think there's anything in the Toes of Truth social that prohibits threatening war crimes?
What even is that?
Kingfish sent $20. You along with Orrin McIntyre and Andrew Torbear are some of the great thinkers of our time. Thank you for all you do.
That's bait. That's bait.
Jimmy Hitchens sent $20. Thoughts on the Poosh Advance Poocast?
The Poocat. Does she have a podcast now? If she does, I didn't see it. Interesting. Okay, all right. That's our last super chat. Sheesh. Some great stuff tonight. Well, that's all I got for you. Remember to smash the follow button, smash the like button, leave a comment. I'm on the air Monday through Friday as always. Thanks for watching. Thank you to our top super chatters, Propeller Dog, Devin, Gamer, Dragon, Line Dancing Nick, Copy Pasta, Jesse Lee Peterson, Salty, EO, Groiper Mom, and Francesco. Thank you to them. Thanks to all our super chatters, everybody that watches. We love you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, sorry about the chat there. I was pressing a button. I didn't even realize it. Hold my but yeah, hope you like the show. I was just playing around new features and stuff. But until tomorrow, gentlemen, good evening and God bless.